What's up, good people? Welcome to the show, as they call it, the Grown Man Hour with Bernard Riley. Like to welcome everybody to the show. Like to welcome everybody to the show. We are here about to get this thing started. I see 18 people made it in right when I click the go button. That means we should get 18 likes immediately. Make sure you hit the like button, whether you're catching it right now or you're catching it after it's uploaded. And without further ado, and y'all see the title, you see the thumbnail. Shout out to RM. She be complimenting my thumbnails. Yeah, I be putting in that work on the thumbnails. Hope y'all like it. Hope y'all enjoy it, and hope y'all enjoy the show. Gonna have an interesting and controversial conversation here that's gonna trigger a few people, but it shouldn't. It shouldn't. But we're gonna see how it go. We're gonna see how it go. I got the one and only Captain Coon in the building, so let's get ready to go and let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
All right. And I am off camera somehow. There we go. All right, cool. And my camera a little off-centered, but we ain't gonna worry about that today because we got a special guest in the building, and I don't even want to waste that much time. Well, let me shout out to Early Bird Squad, those that make it in bright and early before on mic check 1 2. Okay, good. Yeah, okay, that's looking like it's. Hold on. Just had to check a few things. All right, about to get this thing started. Shout out to the Early Bird Squad, those that make it in bright and early before we even get officially going. Omega Darius Gaming Channel in the building says yes into psychosocial. He says also good morning, bro Riley, and welcome all. Omega Dreads in the building says the thumbnail says it all. So much the hood conservatives says so much coping about to happen. Shout out to the hood conservative, man. When I had that show, Steam versus STEM, he was one of the only ones that came and held it down because STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, they're trying to smuggle in the ARPS and call it STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. I had a show on that, and it turned out to be a pretty good one, a pretty lively debate. A lot of STEM guys didn't have a problem with it, but hood conservative had to break out the pitchforks, torches, and lanterns, and he was ready. we dialed it back a little bit, but it was an interesting moment in that show. I still got to drop just a pre-recorded clip for those of you that missed it and don't want to go back and watch the 2-hour stream. I definitely will find the best part of that so I can give it to you. Shout out to the Mac Trucker said I can imagine where SKC is going to take this, absolutely. And shout out to don't be coming in here with your cheeks out, girl. What's the hell wrong with you? Put some clothes on. I'm just playing. All right. you got the under booty cup that you put some clothes on. Oh, she still ain't got none. Okay. Sweet Melody speaks in the building. Shout out to her. Appreciate the support in the comment. And SKC in the building says, Hood Conservative, a little birdie alerted me to a coping session happening this morning. He says, I didn't have the heart to listen, plus had too much work to do. I don't know what y'all talking about. But all right, RM in the building. All right, let's get this thing going. Shout out to everybody in the building. But without further ado, we're going to bring up the man of the hour, and I'm going to do it like this, and hopefully it works. We're going to see if this works.
You're gonna love this.
And there it is, the man of the hour, SKC, in the building, bringing us all the cooning that our heart could ever desire.
Yeah. Well, I aim to please. So
shout out to you, man. Appreciate you definitely coming on through. This is a topic you've been running this topic by a few people because you had an interesting theory or hypothesis about human beings devolving. So we'll start right there. I'll let you set it. I'm sitting there putting all this cream in my coffee. I've been losing weight though. I've been doing good. I've been sticking to my. I know what. I ain't gonna talk about it. Whenever I talk about it, I jinx it. Nope. I'm still fat as all hell. Okay. All right. Anyway.
Well, no, I'm a little curious, man. How did you come across my hypothesis? I wasn't trying to, I would say, advertise it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Pablo had mentioned it when Pablo had went on Obsidian's show and he had mentioned it, and Obsidian was like, okay, I want to hear it. So then you kind of, tossed it out there when you were on Obsidian's show. And then you had went live, and I was about to come in your chat room and troll you a little bit. I was about to come in your chat room and just type hashtag save the community and then leave. I was about to troll you in your chat because I like that you're going live now. I like that you and Pablo going live more. So I was about to come in your chat room and troll you a little bit. The way you do my chat. But anyway, I was about to come in there on some complete effery But when you started talking, you had started talking about the whole, is it possible for human beings to be devolving and whatnot? So I was like, oh, this is interesting. So I just sat back and listened in the clouds for a little bit. So that was how I saw that's how I got the cliff notes of your ideas. And I was like, you know what, that's a good topic for my show. That's a
Yeah.
good topic for my show. We be talking a lot about human, and not just black people, just overall human progress and where's humanity going. We be having existential, conversations from time to time, and so I'm like, some of it could be off or not, especially with the black community. I mean, we can go on and go.
see, you put me in the corner already, man. You
Yeah, I
put me
know,
in the
but
corner.
that wasn't even. I don't even think you weren't on your Coon stuff when you was talking about that. You weren't on your Coon stuff. You was trying to you was keeping it clean and you had your ideas, but yeah, that was the genesis of how I caught wind to what you were saying. So I was just like, oh, okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. We could talk about it. We can.
Yeah, it was pretty weird, man. It was like a couple of weekends ago. I don't know if you've ever had this. I was talking to Obsidian about it. He has, where you have like a creative burst and you can't sleep. You just, working and churning out stuff over and over and over. And as I explained it to Obsidian, what happened to me was it was like a Thursday night and I just couldn't sleep. I was just working and man, my wife knows when this happens. It happens about 3 to 6 times a year. And, she gets everything in order and just takes care of all the regular stuff, and she lets me do my thing. But yeah, it was like it seemed like a few hours, and next thing I know, it was Monday morning. So during all of that, I had all these thoughts about stuff that I've said in the past, the communitized stuff, and then it grew out of that. And then I start seeing things in humanity as a whole. And then the thought just came to me like, hey, of course, I study both schools, School of Religion, also School of Science. And I was looking in the School of Science based upon our old debate. And I was like, okay, so let's just do the Boolean expression, if then. So let's just say if Darwinian evolution is absolutely correct, and its other derivatives, the other 6 major hypotheses of evolution that's out there in the halls of academia, if they are factual, absolute truth, then what is to say that it only moves in a unilateral way? And when I say that, of course, some people are going to say, are you saying that we're better than this or that? No, it's not that. Just as, you kind of put in your email to me, it's not a thought of better or worse, but adaptability to certain environments. And,
Right.
But I will add higher and lower in that the higher species, which are us humans, we have a distinct difference between that of the lower creatures. And it can be summed up in just basically stating instinct versus reason. Animals follow instinct exclusively, while humans, we have the capacity to override our instinct with reason.
Right. I agree with you. Easy example. I mean, this is the manosphere, so this is an easy example. The natural state of the human animal or any animal is to reproduce. Per all the science, that's essentially why life is here. Life is no grand journey. I mean, we can make our own grand journeys for ourselves if we want to. We can find beauty and inspiration if we want to, in things if we want to. How you said you can't use the super chat? Did I get demonetized? Hold on. Or did hold on? Wait, is Melody saying she can't use it? Okay, it's just Melody can't use it.
Hmm.
No, that's a That's a you thing on your end because I still see.
Yeah, you got to get somebody to super chat, not just to check.
Shit, I was about to send myself $5. Yeah, it looked like. Yeah, it looked like we still good. Yeah, I just dropped $5 on it.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
But anyway, going forward. Yeah, shout out to Bernard Riley with the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. All right, so the super chat button is still working. Right on. But no. I think where we was at before I got distracted by
yeah, we're just basically saying that the difference between the higher creatures and the lower ones. The lower ones, they are boxed into the instinctual cycle, as it were. However, the higher creatures, which are us humans, have the ability to break out of that cycle and to override it using reason.
Right, because our instincts, our genes, everything in us says go impregnate any woman you possibly can, but reason says no, it's a bad idea in this modern Western world, modern civilization, to go impregnating every woman you can have sex with. That's a really bad idea. Well, reason overrides that because you take us in raw animal state. 20,000 years ago, even though when we were 20,000 years ago, humans were a lot like how humans were today, but still, people with no such thing as condoms or a pull-out game. You could, you know what I mean? But,
right.
And especially if you go back 50,000, 100,000 years, of course, anytime somebody had sex, it was literally they were essentially like animals having sex to procreate at one point in human history. Nowadays, we override that with reason and logic. Like, whoa, that's a really bad idea. So yes, we're not. It's true that we're not bound by our genes, our Darwinian cause from within. We're not bound by that. Okay,
right.
So that's true. All right, got you.
All right. So I was, I had the idea. It was it's still a working hypothesis. Very, very young. I didn't plan on advertising it to a large group of people, but this guy, this YouTuber named Sir Abadayu. I don't know if you ever heard of him.
I think I heard of him. That sounds familiar.
Yeah. He posted this stream, and it was early Monday morning. I hadn't slept. I was still fully energized. It's not. I'm not saying that this happened because I was sleep deprived or anything, but it was a stream, and I just had to go on it because it was posting this thing about how basically black men have all of this smoke for black women, but none for the police and elected officials. Mm-hmm. And I was like, this is interesting. So I go there.
First off, real quick. Let me just say, I hate that statement. Black men have all this smoke for black women, but none for police and elected officials. I would accept that if they said black men in the black manosphere because got all this smoke for black women, because black men on the whole pander and cater and drink the bathwater of black women, in my opinion. I mean, yes, I'm not talking about the crazy abusive Negro, but I mean, black men follow the lead of black women. I just hate when they make statements like that. But the black man in the black manosphere is the resistance against the upside down world norm of black male, black female interactions and engagements. So I hate when they say stuff like that. But anyway, carry on.
Yeah,
wait, real quick. Wait, hold your thought. Big Mac, the picture in the building. He said, "This is a test. Send 4 of these dollars back." I got you. Shout out to Theo in the building. Test. You have my last $2. Right on. Just say, I see everybody sending the little super chat test. Some of y'all must be behind the stream a little bit, but shout out to all of y'all.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
Shout out to all of y'all sending the $2. X testing 1, 2, 3. That was my ex impression. That one wasn't good. But all right. we back in here. We back in here. You was about to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, and just quick shout out to Theo. Bro, it's coming. And this evening. It's almost done. So, but yeah, I was over there on the panel and I heard that conversation and I just couldn't help giving some type of reply to that because just as you stated, for the most part, that's absolutely untrue. But, I get it. You need to have these conversations because as the great Zero says, they always want more. so hey, there's only like 5% of the black men that's not following your lead or whatnot. And so more. I get it. I get it. This is not enough. So, so I just went up and I listened for a little bit, and there were some other people that were giving a little pushback to it. There was one other guy, but the others were kind of pandering and saying, "Oh yeah, these dudes ain't about nothing." The proverbial mama, and something told me how introduce my hypothesis, and so I just stated, you know what? You're right. Black women are doing a great job. They're doing what they're supposed to do. I mean, if you take in this hypothesis of maybe people are devolving and breaking into these savage tribes, although they have access to food, money, resources of all types in this modern world, they're still not making use of those things to the fullest, and they're reverting into these enclaves of ultra violence and ultra sexuality and reproduction.
Okay, now, I want to let you keep rocking, but I just want to give a little teaser trailer to the audience. I don't know how many of you know about the mouse utopia experiment, because that's sort of what SKC kind of just touched on a little bit. Long story short, SKC wasn't touching on that, but what he said did sound eerily similar to that. A scientist, he was just it was a number of things he was trying to find out, but he basically created a mouse utopia where they just had an overabundance of food and water, just anything that they needed, just put them in there and then just watch the society grow and develop. And we're gonna play the clip of that coming up, but they devolved and down and sort of in a way that SKC was just describing. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to flesh that out now, you go ahead. I have no qualms against it.
I want to know what happened when you were on that panel, when you hopped on that.
Oh, panel. Sure. So I was just laying that idea out there that, hey, you have all of these opportunities, and yet there is this visceral reaction to fight each other, form these tribes, view other of your humankind as enemies. And it's like, what's the point of all of this, And so I said, you know what?
You can't help that. I was rooting for Deontay Wilder because he's black.
Yeah, well,
and Tyson Fury white, and he got a bald head. Something about that shave. If he would have whooped Deontay Wilder ass with a full head of hair, I would have been okay.
You would have felt better.
He got his skin, his hair skinned. His skinhead. I couldn't take it.
So, and that's an interesting thing that you stated it that way, because that is how the audience took what I stated. I mean, from the state, I literally used the phrase humans could be devolving.
Mm-hmm.
What that translated to was this nigga calling us animals. That's literally what it translated to. And I was like, what? So we had this discussion, and and it went back and forth. And just like you stated, how Tyson Fury, white, skidhead. As soon as they heard the thought that came through my mind or through me, they thought, oh, Super Coon hates self, wants to degrade black people and downgrade them to animals, self-hating. So instead of looking at the activity, the actions, the science that tells us, we have higher brain functions. At this time in history, we have pretty much the full gamut when it comes to information and the ability to expand ourselves. Yet what's going on? There are literal schools, and I'll throw in black people into this, but there are little schools where they're saying testing and meritocracy is racist. It's like, what? We should be at the age of history where we would want more tests.
Yes.
I mean, it's absolutely absurd. So, from this conversation spurred off, a week of wild activity. This show and also a few others, and I had someone tally it up for me, amounted to a little bit more than 60 hours of of content activity on whether SKC is calling black people animals. And I was even told this morning that there's a extension of the conversation going on now to add in SYSBM. So I mean, it's this weird, it created a I didn't mean to.
No, wait a minute. I wasn't aware of all of that. So like who were the well, you probably don't want to drop channels. I mean, I don't care if you do it.
Yeah,
but,
I'm not trying to, as I told the people, because some people were saying that I was running, but of course there are people in this chat right now that I am doing work for and I have communicated with all week, and they could tell you without question that I have been horribly busy all week. So I wasn't running from any conversations. And when I had free time, I would answer as many questions as I could. I even went on Sir Abadayu's channel and I had about a 2-hour conversation late at night with a couple of people. And yeah, it was just, it's a basic fight against known and verifiable science. And part of that conversation.
Hold on, but I just want to make sure I understand. Their biggest gripe against what you said is that they're saying SKC. Okay, are they saying SKC is calling humans animals? Because I have no problem with that at all. Now, I do got a problem if somebody is saying that a particular race of humans are animals, but everybody else is not. That's when it's an issue. So was that their argument, that they were trying to say that you? Long story short, were they trying to say that you were saying that black people are animals? Yeah,
that's the pretty much the argument that they were saying. And then later on, those same people, the main provocateurs, as it were, stated they came back and stated, no, he didn't say that outright, but we know what he meant in his heart. So it's like, so you can't, you can't beat that. It's yeah.
All right, Elizabeth Eddings in the building with a $5 super sticker. Appreciate you coming through, dropping some coins on it. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to Paul Game, who's a channel member. You see, I got that showing up in white, so that's a little easier to see now where it says become a member. The pre-recorded clip that I put out yesterday was a clip of a members only video, but I took a small portion of it and made it available for you. But you want the whole thing, become a member and you'll get some access to some extra content. So shout out to everybody who's a member. Shout out to all of you. All right, I didn't know it was controversy. I mean, I didn't know it was controversy behind this. I didn't know that people were. I didn't. Well, hold on. I didn't know that people were making counter streams and all kind of stuff like that. I didn't know that was going on. I thought I was the first person. I mean, I know you went on somebody's panel and talked about it, but I didn't know it was all kinds of follow up and everything to it. That is actually news to me right now.
This video today.
Yeah, man.
That is actually news.
Yeah, and I will say this. In a lot of those conversations, I entered the conversations as an honest broker.
Mhm.
I really did. However, when certain things were stated, certain absurd things, that's when.
Okay, name me something that you stated, and then what was the reaction to it?
Okay. I gave an example of this devolving process, this de-evolutionary process of how education is dropping, even though we're in the age of information.
Mm-hmm.
There's literally no excuse for a child not to be able to learn unless there's some type of mental deficiency. And you think about back when we were younger, we had to go to specialized academies after school in order to get, extra tutoring. Let's say if it was in math, science, civics, reading, writing, all of that stuff, right? However, you have things online right here on YouTube, Khan Academy. It's absolutely free. And it'll take you from the very basics of arithmetic all the way to calculus for free. Por gratis. All of the different languages that people can learn. All of the things that people can learn about science. It's free.
Yeah.
And these are tutored subjects. So it's to say that there is some sort of that there shouldn't be a reason for the lowering of educational standards. That is, unless we're seeing portions of humanity beginning to devolve. And I think some of that has to do with the family unit.
Mm-hmm.
When the argument that I brought forth was when you look at the national report card and you see how different groups of people are testing at the 4th, 8th, and 12th grade level, so far as their proficiency, it mimics the 2-parent family structure of each of those groups perfectly, without flaw. It follows the exact same order. And I don't think that's a coincidence. And it's just interesting to me that when you put that before people, the argument that was put back was, no, that's not true. That's not the case. And in particular, when I stated, well, who has the highest percentage of absentee fatherism? One person stated, well, it's Latinos. So I was like, no, that's not true. You know who it is. So, and then the other person jumped in and they stated, percentage? Why are you using percentages?
Oh my goodness!
And I said because a percentage is how you compare groups. That's how you compare numbers. And the person stated to me, and I have the clip. I played it during a debate that I had with Big J Triple X the other day. The person postulated this: percentages aren't real numbers. Percentages aren't real numbers. Now, this is a person who has kids, who says is active in arranging things in the Black community, is a veteran former, active duty person, now retired from the military. And the thought just came to my mind. Wait. Isn't there a test that is used in order to enter the military? I know that test has to cover basic arithmetic and percentages. I mean, that's not algebra, that's basic arithmetic. So, I was like, wow, if you have a person who says that they have military experience, they work in the community, arranging things for Black people. They have their own kids that are now grown and has gone close to 50 something odd years and didn't understand that percentages are real numbers and was fighting against the validity of using percentages to compare things. Heck, you could just watch a basketball game and understand that we use percentages to compare players.
Yeah. Somebody will put it like this. And this has happened on my show a number of times. 2 times very recently, where percentages were brought up. And then somebody went right to you probably saw it. I think you were on the panel one of the times that it happened. Somebody went right to the total numbers. No. You got to look at the totals. There are more people of this group. Let's just go ahead and go there, white and Black. But there are more. There's more white people that do. I don't know what the action was at the time or what we were talking about. Let's say we're talking about abortions. Okay. Because, and I think he might have been factually wrong even then, but even if we go with what he was saying, because white people make up 65% of the population, they by default are going to make up more of the abortions than the people that make up 13% of the population. So he was like, no, you got to look at the total number. You can't look at the percentages because our percentage isn't higher than theirs. So they the ones having the majority of the, most of the abortions. That was the argument. That was the argument that was put forth. And I had to do this for 2 people on 2 different days. I had to say, wait a minute. So as long as we stay a minority group, we can engage in all manner of effery because our total is not going to be higher. So we can be 10% of the population and engage in a bad activity at a 100% rate. Okay. And if the remaining 90% of the population engages in that activity at a 15% rate, their totals are higher.
Yeah,
we're free.
It doesn't matter.
Our hands are washed clean.
Yeah,
they're doing it more than us.
That it doesn't matter. And Big J Triple X said
real quick. Shout out to Big J Triple X. He says, "Isn't the Black manosphere and SYSBM animalistic? I hate when people do that. Don't put it in a box. Don't put it in a box, man." But there's a lot of but anyway, go shout out to Big J Triple X. Appreciate the $5 super chat. You was about to respond to that. I do want to formally acknowledge somebody coming through supporting the channel. Appreciate you, but you're putting it in a box. Who said it was animalistic? There are some people who are a little more they accept their hedonism more than others. I'll say that.
Yeah,
but anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I enjoyed my conversation with Big J the other night. It didn't get out of control or anything, and I sent him an email, and it's still open. Big J, I'm willing to have that conversation with you, one-on-one, on my channel when sometime after Wednesday. So if you're open to that, I'll do it. Open. But to what you were saying, if you could highlight infantry skills comment, that speaks to exactly what occurred on that panel.
SKC, according to the CDC, there are more white single mothers and Hispanic single mothers than Black single mothers in America, and it's always been that way. Should I pull the numbers out for you?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead and respond. Yeah.
So, we've responded to this type of thinking for a long time. I would say I know from my probably like 2 years or so in the sphere, I've heard this argument the entire time that I've been here. And I've heard it explained several different ways. I remember Mr. Fantastic explaining it with pizzas to people. I remember a Game Changer explaining it to people in Skittles so that people could understand it. I've Obsidian explained it so many times where he'll say things about apes don't do math. I get it, and there's this Teapot is explained, Xavier's explained, you've explained it, Pablo's explained it. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. But that's why I stated to myself, and it goes back to the couple of weekends ago when I was having all of the creativity. This is exactly what happened, Bernard. I'm working on some items. The kids are gone. They're with the relatives and all that. My wife was cooking, doing some arts and crafts stuff, and she would every now and again come in and check on me and give me some food and let me continue to do what I was doing. But there was this one point where I'm working on my whiteboard, writing down some ideas, and then I go back to my computer and sit down, and I had my headphones in, but I heard something, and I turned around, and my dog had jumped up and put his paws on the whiteboard and like smeared some of the stuff that I wrote. And I was like, oh man, and I was about to get angry. And then I couldn't help it because he tucked his tail a little bit and crawled over to me, and I rubbed him on his head. And I was like, I can't.
You kissed him in the face, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I don't kiss my dog.
Your dog don't lick you in the mouth?
No.
You okay.
No.
You seem like one of those, but anyway,
no,
carry on.
No,
carry
dog does not lick me in the mouth. No.
Okay.
And the dog is not allowed in my bed. That doesn't happen. It does not come into my bedroom at all. So, a little bit after that, I'm going about
mighty black of you.
Yeah. Well, hey, it is what it is. But a little bit after that, probably like an hour or two later, my cat came in and knocked over some stuff on my desk. I was like, "What is this? Are you?" And then I had to,
conspiring against you.
yeah. And then it just hit me. These are animals. They're doing what they're supposed to do. They're just following instinct. They just want to be around their master. Such. And they're creatures. They're used to being. Their predecessors are used to being outside. So, they're curious. That's what they do, blah, 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 blah. And then I thought, with devolving humans, maybe we're looking at this wrong. There's been so many that I've seen in the sphere that have gotten angry at people and, they get upset and frustrated. And I'm like, no, maybe they're just not given the correct habitat. Maybe that's the case.
Whoa! What do you mean? Okay, now that one you took me for a loop. Maybe they're not given the correct habitat. You threw me off right there.
Yeah, because like right here in town, there's microbreweries. I know Theo knows about that up in Austin. They'll have like these little breweries you can go to. Some of them are specialty breweries called microbreweries, and people will come and sometimes they'll bring their animals because a lot of times you're eating outside on like picnic tables and stuff. And sometimes their animals are animals. Sometimes they'll try to jump up on people or they'll try to jump up on the table or whatnot. And they don't understand that they can't do that because they're animals. Right. And it's not their fault. So when I see and relate back to different things that we have seen over time where people are coming into eateries and they're jumping on tables and they twerking and going along. I don't know. Maybe that's a de-evolution. Maybe they're getting so mentally defunct that they don't understand that that's improper for a human being to do. And people got mad at me for saying that. And I didn't say any race or anything. I just said, it's an improper thing to do because, first of all, I could ask one question to satisfy whether or not it's the proper thing to do. And they asked me what? And I said, okay, would you want someone twerking above where you're eating your food? How about you, Bernard?
Negative.
Okay. Would you want to go to a table that hasn't been cleaned off that you just saw somebody twerking on and then just sit down there and eat your food?
I won't even go to a strip club that serves food.
So
you don't clap booty cheeks in the same place where eating is taking place, unless you eating.
Yeah, yeah. So that's, you don't need higher level brain functioning in order to understand that. But then when you look at certain animals that have no problem with, taking a little nibble of some feces or, sticking its face in another animal's behind, then it makes sense.
Hold on. Let them live, SKC. Let them live. And D Weed says, I'm missing out. Okay, you like what you like to eat go to the salad bar at the strip club. Really? That's how you get down. Booty juice on your buffalo wings. Okay, that's how y'all doing it now. Okay. Yeah. But anyway, hold on real quick before you get back into it, because I like where you're going. Shout out to Theo in the building. He says, I wouldn't have thought that. I mean, it's a lot of half white people that don't look white at all. Like, your daddy must be black as hell. I'm gonna see how I just assumed the daddy was black and the mama was white. Okay. Theo in the building with the $5 super chat. He says, I'm half white, so I sleep with my dogs. I believe it. And I saw that dog almost lick you in the mouth when you were on camera. I'm telling you, when I catch that dog lick you in your mouth, it's over. It's over. We blocking Theo. God damn it. He out of here. As soon as he let that dog kiss him in the mouth. Shout out to Theo. Appreciate your support. We got OGJ Speed in the building. Says, damn Theo, how many pups y'all are have? Okay. He typed like he talk. Shout out to OJ Speed in the building. All right, go ahead. You got it.
No. Some of these comments, man, are
they
killing me. Wow, they're killing me, man. I mean, D-Rock did with the let them live. People talking about booty juice on your buffalo wings.
Yeah, man. They're not supposed to serve food at a strip club. No, that's not how it goes.
I mean, and this stuff is absurd. I mean, the one that stuck out to me the most was January, man. And I guess that's where some of the racial stuff comes in, but I'm not looking at it so far as just race. I know I do the community anthropology thing, and I have insights particularly to that, but that's an interesting fact. I mean, who are twerking at tables and funerals? I don't, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But it does make sense when I think of it in the mode of the hypothesis of maybe, the mouse utopia is happening, where you see a lot of irrational behaviors that don't make any sense, that even go against the instinctual motivations.
Right. Yeah, so we're about to go ahead and roll that beautiful bean footage on the excuse me very much. I felt that one from within. I didn't like how that felt. But so we about to get into this the video about the mouse utopia. But one thing that I want to say, and this one thing that I said to you in email leading up to it, when we're talking about evolution, and shout out to D-Rock Den who sent the Cash App. He always send the customary Cash App. I don't know what I mean. Yeah, if we can get a special greeting for D-Rock Den.
Yeah, I gotta make one, man. He sent one to me too, man. Thank you.
I don't know what to. Yeah, I was using this image here as inspiration. I was trying to figure out how to make some little special little thing. I be slacking though. But shout out to D-Rock Den. But no. All right. So when we're talking about evolution, and like I said, it's not necessarily good or bad, up or well, you can say up or down, maybe, but it's more about what's suitable for the environment. Like I pointed out, if if our ancestors needed to swing from limb, branch to branch, tree to tree, then longer limbs and upper body strength was necessary. When the environment changed and it was less trees and they walked around on the ground, they didn't need that upper body strength anymore. So it wasn't a survival advantage to have it, which means it didn't help you live longer, which means you didn't reproduce as much, which means the genes for good upper body strength and ability to swing from limb to limb wouldn't be prominent in the gene pool as much. Therefore, when the environment changes and it's not selecting for that attribute anymore, other attributes will flourish. So you didn't exactly devolve in terms of your upper body strength. It just you just became more suitable for the current environment, where standing upright in the tall grass was probably a better survival advantage. A number of different things, but those survival pressures is what drive animal behavior. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you take human beings and you take them out of the natural environment, because there's nothing natural about the human environment. It could be 120 degrees outside in Arizona. You're sitting in some AC. It could be -8 degrees out here in Michigan where I'm at. I'm sitting in here with the heat on, chilling, comfortable, cozy as hell, unaffected by the environment, unaffected by predators, unaffected by anything. There's no survival pressure on human beings in a way that would drive our evolution. You see what I'm seeing as there's no exact environmental survival pressure on us. Yes, I think it's very possible that that human beings could, even though I don't like the term devolve, even it may be inaccurate, but when we look at this mouse experiment, that's where it can become accurate, and we may be in that situation where we've built a society that's a world that's just really an unnatural world. Technology is not natural. The way we live our lives, it's not natural. We're in an unnatural world where we're, even though somebody may feel poor, but a poor person today probably eats like a king did 5,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So we got poor fat people.
Yeah.
Like, just take a break and let that sink in. Poor fat people. A whole damn house full of them.
Yeah.
Poor fat people.
Yeah. And with that, complaining about the struggle.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was able to review the video, and I know you're gonna play it in a second, but there are portions that I agree with in your synopsis. However, there are other things that I think I could build upon it and change up some stuff. So let's go with it, and I'll tell you what I'm talking about.
All right.
Found out and learn more about Brilliant. Go to Brilliant. Sign up for free.
Fair use. Fair use.
In 1968, an expert on animal behavior and population control called John B. Calhoun built what was essentially a utopia for mice that was purpose-built to satisfy their every need. Despite going out of his way to ensure the inhabitants of his perfect mouse society never wanted for anything, within 2 years, virtually the entire population was dead. So, what happens? Dubbed Universe 25, Calhoun's Mouse Utopia was built with the needs of its mouse inhabitants firmly in mind and was designed to specifically cater to their every whim. Containing plentiful food, water, bedding, and at least initially space, the enclosure was described as follows. A tank, 101 inches square, enclosed by walls 54 inches high. The first 37 inches of wall was structured so that the mice could climb up, but they were prevented from escaping by 17 inches of bare wall above. Each wall had 16 vertical mesh tunnels, called them stairwells, soldered to it. 4 horizontal corridors opened off each stairwell, leading to 4 nesting boxes. This means 256 boxes in total, each capable of holding 15 mice. First in rodent populations from dozens of previous experiments, something that's kind of apparent when you realize that the enclosure was called Universe 25, Calhoun anticipated that his mouse paradise could reliably and, more importantly, comfortably house 3,840 mice. Before that, though, he needed to pick the proverbial Adam and Eve of his mouse Garden of Eden. Calhoun eventually settled on 4 breeding pairs of mice specifically bred for the experiment and handpicked from the most healthy specimens from the National Institute of Health's own breeding colony. Now, before we get into discussing what happened next, we should give some background information about how this experiment came to be and what it was hoping to accomplish. Prior to creating Universe 25, Calhoun had performed a number of similar experiments with rodents that started all the way back in the 1940s. All of these ended in failure when the population either stalled or turned on itself. For example, in one experiment, Calhoun created an enclosure that could easily have housed 5,000 rats, but the eventual population never rose above 200 despite unlimited food, unlimited water, and a complete absence of any predators or any threats. Furthermore, Calhoun noticed that, again, despite ample space, his rodents would often crowd together, which resulted in a breakdown of social structure amongst the population. This unusual phenomenon led Calhoun to coin the phrase behavioral sink to describe what he felt was the inevitable collapse of any overpopulated society. Calhoun's experiments eventually caught the eye of the National Institute of Mental Health, or NIMH, who were intrigued about—
Just taking a pause for fair use. I think the more you let it play uninterrupted, the more likely they are to have something to say about you playing it. But shout out to Big Mag the Fisher in the building. I think Big J sent one and I missed it, but shout out to Big Mag the Fisher in the building. He says, I think it's stagnation. We are stuck. All our community ills are related to not ascending in the hierarchy of needs, Maslow's pyramid. We are stuck in the basic psychological needs stages. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate that. And also, thank you to, I think I still see it, Big J Triple X in the building. He says, SKC, wait a minute. If you are talking about averages, then what is the mean of black women dancing on tables? That is sort of a good question. I know you asked SKC, but I like when people ask questions like that. They're okay. If one group does something at a seemingly noticeable higher percentage rate than other groups, even if only 10% of said group engages in that, but 1% of everybody else engages in that, that is still 9 that is you can see how the percentage rates are higher. So again, that's trying to play around with the numbers. Do you want to respond to that question, SKC?
With Big J, it's more about a conversation. And like I stated to him before, if he wants to have a more drawn out conversation about such things, I'm more than willing to have that with him. I'm offering this to him because typically what I saw with Big J on different panels is that he'll usually get into these fierce arguments and all that stuff. But what I learned about him is when people talk to him in a normal fashion without all of the cursing and talking down to and all that stuff, he actually has a decent conversation. So like I said, I open up to have that conversation with them at length.
So you got to be nice and gentle with Big J Triple X. You can't play too rough with him.
And that's fine because I like real conversations without all
good
of
on.
So.
Right on. Fast Attack Tough in the building. He says, "What is this Coon talk? Hell, Megatron." Shout out to you. And shout out to Before the Billions, whose email I forgot to respond to. I apologize for that. He says, "Hey Bernard, I broke a new record on my channel with a 10-hour live stream this morning. Salute. God dang." That's insane. But I've done that before. I've been there. I've done that. Shout out to Before the Billions. Yeah, I'll be contacting you. But shout out to you, appreciate the super chat. All right, we just had to take a little break so they won't get us, but we're getting back into it.
About the observed effects of overpopulation in rodents, specifically if any of the observed phenomenon could be applied to humans. To this end, the NIMH gave Calhoun access to a small piece of land that they owned in Maryland and the funding that was needed to construct Universe 25. The stated goal of the experiment was simply to see whether a perfect society would flourish. Initially, the experiment, it proved successful, and the mice lived in relative harmony, and within a year, the population of 8 super healthy mice had swelled to a respectable 620 members. Great care was taken to ensure the mice were taken care of. Food and water, it was unlimited, which allowed the mice to eat or drink whenever they pleased, and there was always space and clean bedding available, so females could rear young in peace and safety. Despite this, Calhoun noticed that after day 35 of the experiment, things started to go wrong. First of all, there was a noticeable drop in population growth. While initially the population of the mouse heaven had doubled every 55 days, after day 315 it doubled, according to Calhoun's notes, approximately every 145 days. This made little sense, as there was still ample space to house another 3,000 mice. In addition to a drop in population growth, Calhoun also noticed an abrupt change in behavior in both males and females. Social bonds broke down, and male mice, without a reason to defend their territory or food source, since both were plentiful, became dejected, forming cliques that randomly attacked one another for seemingly no reason. Females similarly began abandoning young or even attacked them, and slowly but surely both males and females simply stopped breeding. In the lead up to this, certain of the male mice began continually mating with whatever mouse happened to be around, be it male or female. Many of the mice also began to simply kill and eat one another despite the abundant.
Man, everything he just said right there, if you didn't have no backstory, you just closed your eyes and listened, you think he was talking about, I ain't going there.
The community. You can go ahead and say it. And that's what I'm saying is I don't understand if we can look at a scientific experiment and then basically look at the community. How can we not make correlations? How is this racist? I don't know. I mean, you can continue, but it just, I don't know. It's weird.
Well, see, okay, for me, I'm not looking at it in terms of racism. I'm looking at human society as a whole, okay?
Okay.
And when there is like I pointed out, in overabundance, even though it may not seem like it to many, but keep in mind, like I said before, just say the words with me. Poor fat people. Just again, they can say that or they don't have access to proper nutrition or this or that. No. Eating unhealthy foods, okay, that will assist you in getting fat, but it's also the amount. Like you have to eat a lot of food to get fat.
Yeah.
So it's not that you just didn't have vegetables. No, you had too much of whatever the hell you were eating. So again, and
you have to do it for quite a while.
Yes. And I do accept the general premise that biologically speaking, and this is where we got some disagreement, but we're not here to debate that. But biologically speaking, yes, human beings are animals. By just pure raw biology, human beings are animals. I'm talking about human beings in general. Human beings are animals. Okay. You look at the natural environment that animals live in, where there's limited resources, there's predators, there's all kinds of survival pressures that affect how this species finds, whatever their homeostasis, their natural state, their equilibrium. You take all of that away from a biological organ, from biological organisms, you're going to get something weird. So that's where I'm at with the whole thing. We look at Star Trek or something like that, where human beings can just go and push a button and just have whatever they want, essentially. And they're living just fine. They're out in space. They're innovating. They're creating stuff. They're discovering things. They're boldly going where no man has gone before. But however, yes, in that world, it will be a lot of that going on. but I do believe to the average human on the ground, where everything that you need is just a button push away, no matter how hot it is outside. You can live in nice, cozy AC, no matter how cold it is outside. You can live in warm, cozy heating, no matter you're not running out of food. You're not running out of water. No predators are coming to get you. You don't. There's no true survival pressures. Somebody could have no survivability skills in the natural world. They could still out reproduce the smartest, intelligent person and spread throughout the gene pool genes that otherwise wouldn't have survived in previous times. So this unnatural world that we're living in with no actual survival pressures, it's yeah. I mean, like, whatever. So I'm trying to, we can analyze this and take black people out of it, but with everything, black people always seem to be the go-to group where it's always a little amplified with us. It is.
I'm not. I didn't say anything.
It's always a little amplified with us, but across the board, we can kind of see that happening with human beings. The human beings in the Western world, yeah, we are in one big mouse utopia experiment. But go. I don't know if you got anything to say before I roll it again.
Yeah, there is a little small part in this that I thought, because it's going to talk about these. It started to talk about some of the irrational behaviors based upon that went against even what the instincts of the mice would normally do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so okay.
Can you hold your thought real quick? Because I really do need to deal with this. I need people to understand this point. He says, that ain't true, Bernard. In this artificial environment, human beings do have survival pressures and predators. Okay, do the $1 million question, if we're talking about evolution, is do those survival pressures and predators affect reproduction? That's the key thing. Because if we're out in the wild and there's actual predators, like people are being eaten by the bigger predator, there are limited resources, people are dying regularly, the birth and death rate turnaround rate is really, really fast. I mean, really, really. So in order for it to be truly affecting evolution,
mm-hmm.
those survival pressures and predators would have to be affecting reproduction to the point to where the person who has the ability to survive in that hellish environment, let's just say if the life expectancy is 22 years old, which it was at one point in human history, about 22 years old, based off the bones that they dig up. If the life expectancy was about 22 years old, let's just say somebody was able to survive to 40, okay? He had the tools and ability to survive in that hellish environment.
And he should have more offspring.
Yes, so there were no condoms or pull-out game back then, which means he probably spread his genes. He probably sired 100 over 100 children. We're not talking about civilized people. We're talking about pre-civilization. When they technically had the same brains that humans have today, but in many ways they were in an animalistic state. So we're talking about back then. So if somebody got ate by a saber-toothed tiger and died at 21 years old, okay, they probably had about 5 children. The person who made it all the way to 40, he probably sired about 50 children. So you see how his genes are more prominent throughout the gene pool because the survival pressures, the weather, the predators, the limited resources allowed natural selection to select him and make his genes become more prominent throughout the gene pool. Okay? So that's what I'm talking about when no survival pressures. That you could be the dumbest idiot and just find another dumb idiot, and y'all could just find a 1-bedroom hole in the wall and produce a bunch of babies, or you can be a brilliant guy who basically run the world and just say, I just want to have 2 kids, a boy and a girl. If you understand what I'm saying, that the world has become easy to the point to where that dumb person, that slow person, that unathletic person, they don't die before they reach, like when you are unsuitable for the environment, and this is all throughout the animal kingdom, when you're unsuitable for the environment, you die before you reach an age old enough to reproduce. That's natural selection selecting you out. That's natural selection saying, nah, you ain't cut out for this. Now the person who's not cut out for this gets to live a comfortable, cozy, easy life with no major survival pressures and have a bunch of babies.
Yeah.
And his genes become just as prominent in the gene pool as the person who was built for survival. So that's what I mean by we don't have no survival pressures. If you understand what I mean by that. That's why I cut you off, but I wanted to make that point when it comes to survival pressures. It's not a survival pressure. You put in a job application and you hope that you get hired so you can make a little more money so the ends can meet a little better. And no. That's not survival pressure. Survival pressure is take away the house, take away the job, take away everything, a finite amount of vegetation and water and saber-toothed tigers walking around, all kind. Put us in that state, and then we're going to see who natural selection selects. This engineered environment that we have here that is similar to mouse utopia that this guy created for the mice. That's what we're living in. Now, yes, we got to do a little something. You got to get up, you got to work, you got to think, you got to figure some things out. Yes, it's true, but none of that affects whether or not your genes make it into the gene pool of the next generation. All right.
Yeah. And I guess a little addition to that, again, with this abnormal behavior that the mice began to inhibit in this mouse utopia, when we compare ourselves to animals, we have the longest maturation process.
Mm-hmm.
You think about deer and what do you call that? Giraffes and so forth. They drop down from birth, and within the same day they can walk.
Yeah.
So same thing with cats and lions and so forth. Within a year time, they can do a lot of stuff that a full grown cat or tiger can do, but not just to the same extent. But they pretty much have reached that level of where they can hunt for themselves and all of this type of thing. So with humans, though, because we have a cerebral cortex that has by far, it's not even comparable, the most neurons in our cerebral cortex than any creature on this planet, by far. Mm-hmm. It takes us longer to mature to our full capability.
Yeah.
However, we're finding that in some enclaves of mouse utopias that are a bit more concentrated, we're seeing that maturation process or that maturation time shorten due to there being a cap of maturity.
Wait, say that again. Say that again. You said in mouse utopias we're seeing the maturation time shorten.
Yeah, in these human enclaves of mouse utopias here in America, we're seeing that.
Okay, all right, got you. I thought you were talking about actual mouse utopia experiments, but no, you were play on words, kind of. You just basically saying that the human mouse utopia that society has created and with good intentions.
And we're seeing that maturation process shorten because the level of maturity has dropped significantly. It doesn't, to give you an example, you can become Max Pookie at 16.
Max Pookie.
Yeah.
You mean
Everything
you
that
can,
Pookie needs to know at 16, he can get it. Am I lying?
I just can't get over the Max Pookie.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take in gamer language. You can become level 99 Pookie at age 16.
Okay.
It is what it is, because what's achievable after that is so minute that it's like, what's the point of even getting to level 100? The maturity level has been capped significantly. That's why when I went on that panel and I was talking to the people there, and I was saying, no, you have to look at the National Educational Report on Proficiency, the National Report Card. If we look in the different groups and compare that to the 2-parent model, we're seeing a picture perfect pattern here. So there, you can't say that people don't have access to education. No, everybody has the internet. Everybody. So it's like there's been this de-evolution, and then also with that, I would say that max maturity level that has dropped. You also find that instead of using that extra time to mature into like in the past, up to the other stages of humanity that gets to build societies and build laws and governments and think about future things and all that stuff. No, the younger ones are becoming more sexualized so that they can reproduce quicker because max maturity has dropped.
Okay, now the problem you run into with what you're saying right there is
you can twerk before you can read.
I got it. But see, here this is a problem that you end up running into. If you go back to 2,000 years, 4,000, 5,000 years, go back to hunting and gathering. Okay,
Correct.
Let's just go back that far. Hunting and gathering. All right. At 16, in that society back then, unless you were one of the scientists, one of the really smart people that figured stuff out back then, you were essentially maxed out.
Correct. Which means
but hold on. Here's the key difference. It was survival pressures back then. So they had to get up each morning, even though they were maxed out. They knew all they needed to know about survive. The women knew how to pick berries, nurse a baby, rock a child, and make sure when the kid can walk, it don't walk off a cliff or into some fire or off into the woods by itself. So she's maxed out at 13. The boy, the man child at 16 or so, he probably can hunt just as good at 16 or 17 as he would be able to hunt. Well, if he lived to 30, he'll have more experience, so he may get a little more accurate with the throw of his spear to hit an animal, but he may get a little more accurate. But overall, he know everything he need to know at about 16. That's why a lot of you go back in any group of people that still do like rites of passages and all of that, a boy becoming a man. The reason why that age is so young, because back it was a time when that was the appropriate age. You were at puberty, you were past puberty, and you at 13 damn near knew all you needed to know in order to survive in the society and civilization that they have built. In today's society and civilization, you talk going back to Max Pookie, it takes a little more to effectively, efficiently survive. That's why we got to put the age of a legal adult all the way up to 18, because that's bare minimum when you're able to fully functionally survive in this society that we've built. However, we built it so good that again, going back to what I said before, my speech before, no survival pressures. But I don't want to get back into that one, so I want to make sure I stay where we were at. The 16-year-old hunter and gatherer times, he maxed out. Okay, he maxed out at 16, but he had to do those things in order to survive. Somebody can max out at 16 in this society because of the structure and the way that it's built. He may not be living his best life, but he can survive. He can survive without having to do major things that affect life and death and future reproduction and all of that. If you understand what I'm saying. So it's a difference. There's nothing wrong with the human animal, like you said. It takes a long time for humans to reach full maturity. That's because of our big ass heads that we have. That we got to be born immature, basically premature. We got to be born premature because we have this intelligence, so it comes at a cost.
Right.
This big old brain comes at a cost. We got to be born premature and got to be taken care of, in hunter-gatherer times, at least for 12 years. Whereas you mentioned, and I think somebody in the chat mentioned, deers, antelope, they ready to go. Basically, they know all they need to know about deer society after one day of living. So they're ready to go. Human beings more complex than that, so it takes more for us to be able to function in human society. So it takes more for us to get to that point where this person could be a fully functional, stable adult. But again, the I hate going back to that term, Pookie Max.
That's what it is.
The Max Pookie. He would have had to get out and go hunt so he could eat, but without having to do that, then essentially what happens? And then we can look at this mouse experiment where
but there are stark differences, and I guess before going into that, I think seeing the last portion of this people will be able to understand where I'm coming from.
All right, fair use.
Of other food sources. Mothers also abandon their babies. Mice would crowd together in groups of 50 or more in pens designed to hold 15 individuals.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Continually mating with whatever mouse happened to attack one another for seemingly no reason. Females similarly and male mice, without a reason to defend their territory or food source, since both were plentiful, became dejected, forming cliques that randomly attacked one another for seemingly no reason. Females similarly began abandoning young or even attacked them, and slowly but surely both males and females simply stopped breeding. In the lead up to this, certain of the male mice began continually mating with whatever mouse happened to be around, be it male or female. Many of the mice also began to simply kill and eat one another.
Some of them stopped breeding, but then some of them just start reproducing with any
everything.
Everything. But that's interesting to some of them that stopped breeding, because there's been a lot of stories, a lot of writings about this. There's a percentage of men, and this isn't talking about black people and pookies and all of that. There's a certain percentage of men that are basically just disconnected from society, almost like their instincts have been turned off. Basically, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
the animal instinct to get out there and survive, because they can. It's nothing to be able to just live, functioning in a house.
Yeah, it's like if you could put our brains and speaking ability in these two groups of mice that you're talking about. You have the mice that are saying, "Oh man, this is done. There's no point to all of this or whatnot."
They went black pill.
And then you have the other mice that are like, "What? You just mad because you can't get no pussy?" They're like, it's like that. That's where you're at this point in this mouse utopia. What he's talking about.
All right.
Despite the abundance of other food sources. Mothers also abandoned their babies. Mice would crowd together in groups of 50 or more in pens designed to hold 15 individuals, while pens with plentiful bedding sat completely empty, just inches away. Most intriguing of all were a small group of males and females who withdrew themselves from mouse society altogether to live in the upper levels of the enclosure that Calhoun described as the beautiful ones. These mice did nothing but sleep, eat, and groom themselves, and this gave them noticeably smoother-looking coats, which, along with their isolation meaning no scars from attacks, led to their nickname. They seemingly lost interest in all meaningful social bonds and refused to interact or mate. The last birth in Universe 25 took place on day 600, and from that moment on, the population it slowly dwindled. Even when the population rescinded to levels where the mice had previously flourished, they refused to breed or go back to their old way of interacting. A few months later, all of the mice were dead. Calhoun noted that although the population had survived for many months afterwards, it had effectively died on the 315th day, the day the social bonds broke down, stating, "Their spirit has died the first death. They are no longer capable of executing the more complex behaviors compatible with species survival. The species in such settings die." Calhoun saw his experiments as a warning bell for humanity, with his belief being that overpopulation would inevitably lead to social collapse and thus the extinction of the human race. Others have taken a less nihilistic view of his work and believe that his results are comparable to what would happen in a human society, as, after all, we are slightly more complex and self-aware creatures than mice. That said, what's often lost in Calhoun's work is what came after, in which he continued to research and tweak environmental variables to try and find ways to keep the mice from going down the extinction path, even as the population density grew. And, in fact, he had some success at this. For instance, in one case, via simply encouraging creativity in certain mice by various means. Giving them a sort of purpose here,
Yeah, no, I stop the show whenever I see a zero comment. Oh, we covered that. We covered that. They talked about overpopulation. We went over that. He said it's not overpopulation. It was the welfare. Yeah, we covered that greatly. That see, some people did look at this and they focused on the overpopulation, but and didn't focus as much on the fact that all their everything they were genetically hardwired to do basically just went into remission because there was no need to do it because everything was right there handed to them. They, became the like I said, fat poor people.
Now, I have a caveat for that though. So far as the overpopulation thing, yes, I it's not the overpopulation, but I did find it interesting in this experiment that. And I think he showed it at the beginning, or he may show it at the end, that the mice tended to try to group together in small enclaves or little gangs.
He said
with each other. And when you kind of extrapolate that out into humanity, if you could, I find it interesting how these mice had a solid wall that was preventing them from being able to leave this utopia. Humans don't have such a wall. And yet you have certain groups that will continue to desire to live within the enclave instead of leaving and branching out. But I'll let you continue.
Oh, okay. I just saw you just drew a okay, you confused me because I saw the SYSBM parallel that you tried to draw there. I see what you did there.
I mean,
but hold on, wait a minute. You said human beings don't have the ability to leave the mouse utopia.
No, they do.
Okay, they do.
Yeah. These small enclaves of large where there's these large groups of figurative mice or pookies, they can spread out if they want to. They can it goes back to the whole thing of when you say when people have stated, you have people that have lived their entire life within a 50-mile radius. It's not because of a lack of resources. It's not because of a lack of food. It's not because of a lack of transportation. They don't have a wall around their city or their hood.
Okay, well, see, no, well, this is what you're not taking into account. In the mouse experiment, there were some that went into different types of behaviors. There were the beautiful ones that went up top and just groomed, and I guess just thought deeply about the mysteries of the universe, and and
Well,
didn't even reproduce. There were
well,
some that stayed down there on the ground eating and killing each other, and it was and reproducing like crazy. Then it was some who just got in little enclaves packed together and didn't reproduce, and it was so it was a lot of different weird unnatural behaviors in response to that unnatural environment.
right. But all of these mice, at the end of the day, they were enclosed.
Right.
The beautiful ones, they could go up to the top, but they found that it was a point to where you could go no further. That was it.
Right.
And then they just decided to stay up there.
So your argument is, let's just say if the beautiful ones went all the way to the top and it was a hole that just led to a field that was essentially where just normal mice would just run around in the field and do what normal mice do. They could have got out into civilization.
Right.
They probably would have went and lived normal mouse lives, basically.
Right. I think there would have been mice that would have chose to live the harder way than to be in the pack where there's endless food and breeding beds.
Yeah. I see what you did there. I see where you're going. Yeah. I'm with you.
And we have a lot of Utopia 25s all throughout America.
Yeah, and so you're essentially talking about the welfare state at that point.
Correct.
So you're talking about the welfare state, even though there's opportunity to get off of the welfare. Gotcha. Huh. See, I thought you were making a subtle shout out to SYS. I mean, you probably was, but at the end of the day, if you just draw it up as just welfare state, because that's essentially what he created. He created welfare for mice, and they just engaged in unnatural behavior. So,
and yet,
but hold on, my argument is one thing. Okay, let's talk. We can talk about welfare that the government hands out, but there's a semi pseudo welfare element to everything. Like for example, it's not exactly natural for somebody to go to a job and sit at a desk and do some coding on a computer. It's nothing natural about that. But that person makes some money, and then what does he do? He lives in Arizona. It's 115 degrees outside. He rides home in an air-conditioned car. He gets out of there, goes into his air-conditioned house. There's abundance of food that he didn't have to hunt, kill, or risk his life for. So even the working person in modern human utopia is essentially living in a de facto, I won't say welfare state, but in an unnatural state where there's no survival pressure. There's no saber-toothed tiger about to get him. There's no it's not limited water. It's not limited food. It's not limited this. And the thing that he does to help secure that that utopia is something completely unnatural. Sitting there typing at doing codes on a computer.
I disagree, because I'm along with what Devil's Bane says, where he said there's a burden of performance, though.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
So I would substitute that as the survival instinct, being able to perform.
All right. So getting up and going to work for some tech company where you're writing some code, that scratches the essential hunter-gatherer itch, even though it's not life or death. It's like a diet version of what humans did in their natural environment. Put it like that. Is that
and I'll add something to that as well. What organ in our body requires the most energy?
Shit, I don't know.
Our brain.
I was going to say brain, but that was just too easy.
So when it's being used more, there's a higher burden on exercising it more and gaining more energy for it. But when it's not exercised as much, then the opposite the opposite occurs. And that's what doesn't make a lot of sense, because if you're not using your brain a lot, there really shouldn't be a point of a whole bunch of people sitting at home that are enclaves of these overweight people. That doesn't even make any sense. You don't need that much food for energy, because it's not like you're using the most the organ that consumes the most energy at all. But when you look into Mouse Utopia and you see that there's a whole bunch of stuff that isn't supposed to go on, it doesn't even follow instinctual patterns, well, then it makes sense.
Yeah. All right, let's roll it. We almost reaching the end. When we gonna roll it on out? Because I think it was yeah, we rolling it. Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Actually works, with the creative mice continuing to thrive well beyond what would have otherwise been expected from the previous experiments. In the end, whatever one's opinion of whether Calhoun's work is actually relevant to humans, it's still kind of fascinating that a near rodent utopia resulted in the mouse equivalent of the purge. Now, if you enjoyed watching today's episode, and
all right, that's pretty much it. We're gonna hear from the folks on this one. That's what Bill O'Reilly used to say, the folks. Yeah. We're gonna hear from the folks on this one. Unless you got any wrap it up closing comments, even though you kind of just did right there. But go. You got anything? Yeah, go ahead.
I have a few other things. I think that of course, we're seeing less usage of the brain, even though there's an abundance of information to consume at high rates, at faster times than has ever been on this planet. People can literally just push a button and find stuff for them to learn if they want it. Yeah. However, the difference between that Mouse Utopia and the the Area 25s throughout America, again, the Mouse Utopia had walls concreting those mice in. People don't have those walls. And they are, as at the outset of this conversation, I was saying, there's a big difference between higher and lower level creatures. The lower ones move by instinct. The higher ones have instinct, but they can also override that instinct with reason. Here you have these human beings in these enclaves that are opting to throw away reason and move only instinctual and also in irrational ways. And I think we're slowly seeing some of that when we hear conversations like, it's irrational to mate with any other mice. It's like, no, it's all only in this enclave, only the mice that look like you. That's it. It's like that stuff doesn't make any sense, particularly where we're at in this information age. I mean, right now we have verifiable science via the Human Genome Project that shows that all the sequencing of our DNA, there's a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a fraction that codes for skin color. Yet you'll still have these clerics of the order of the community communism still wanting to push ideas of racial superiority because of melanin. And it's ridiculous. We have the science to prove otherwise. Melanin does not code for intelligence. It doesn't encode for strength. It doesn't encode for any of that stuff. So it's like, what are people even talking about? But it makes sense if you're part of the Mouse Utopia, if you're part of Area 25. So that's some of my argument. I'm building more of my hypothesis as I go along, and I'm testing different things with people that I come across. One thing that I did come out of that conversation that I had with that particular group of people, they corrected me in stating that one lady, she said, "You don't know anything about animals because animals take care of their children. They'll fight to the death for their children." And I said, "Oh, you're right." And then I looked at the video that you sent me about the mouse utopia, and then when it talked about how some of the mice there started to turn on their own children and kill them, and they didn't care for them, and I was like, "Oh, so now that makes more sense of the stuff that I see in Area 25s." But I'll leave it at that for now. If people want to come up and they got thoughts and questions, I'm willing to answer or to engage in the conversation.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. Let's go back to what you said about the when Jay said people care for their children, and then like I don't understand how. I guess break it down and explain. And I'll admit I was a little distracted as well. But
no, it's no problem. She was basically stating that she said, "SKC, you don't know what you're talking about because you're trying to compare. You don't know anything about animals because animals take care of their children." And she kind of expanded my point by accident because at that time, I didn't even think about that. And then I saw this Mouse Utopia thing and I said, "Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. The animals do take care of themselves, their children and stuff, particularly the ones in the wild, even the domesticated ones. But in the Mouse Utopia, they turned on their kids. Some of them were killing their children, and so forth."
Gotcha.
So yeah, now I see another correlation between the community and these Area 25s. I see why some of the Area 25s are doing things that prohibits their children from growing intellectually, even in an age of data. Hence, percentages are not real numbers.
All right, we got hold on, I'm gonna mute you up. Carlton Banks. Shout out to car designer Chris in the building. He says, "I agree. People in the hood getting aid basically are not hunting. Also, that would mean Ray selling dope is hunting." Come on, dude. I muted you and you unmuted yourself to make noise. Come on, bro. Work with me. You said Ray selling dope is hunting, but on a lower level. Interesting point, saying that is well we kind of touched on that, but I want to get to shout out to No Guarantees with the super sticker. Appreciate the super chat. It was somebody else that I think I missed, but I don't know. And yes, Zero is in the building. I see Zero down there. Definitely wanted Zero on this one. But Carlton Banks, if you're ready, go ahead. You have the floor. You have the mic. And Carlton Banks just left. So Zero has the floor. He has the mic. Go ahead. What you got? What you got for us?
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you. You
okay.
Good.
Yeah, so the first thing I want to I'm not trying to rebut for just rebuttal's sake. So instinct is not a distinct thing for humans, and overriding instinct is not a distinct thing for humans. For example, suicide is an override of survival instinct, which is present in literally every animal. However, survival instinct lacks the one thing that other instincts like sex doesn't, and that's drugs. Your body produces drugs. Some of the most powerful drugs on the planet were created from the drugs created by your own body, i.e. heroin, opium-based stuff. So the reason why we see like this type of behavior in niggas pretty much is that sexual instinct, which is what a lot of this stuff is based on. the sexual instinct is probably the one that can't be overridden because it comes with drugs. You know, survival instinct.
Explain what you mean by it comes with drugs. Explain what do you say to make the
survival instinct does not come with drugs. You don't get an endorphin or morphine release when you are just alive or doing anything that keeps you alive, like eating and shit. But when you have sex, you have drugs released, like 4 of them, 4 different drugs that get you high as shit. So
so you're talking about like the endorphins and all of that stuff, everything that fires off. You
norepinephrine,
dopamine hits,
dopamine, yeah. So that's what. So as far as like that goes, again, overriding instinct is not a distinct thing for humans. If that was the case, animals would not commit suicide, and they do. And humans commit suicide. So the one thing that humans haven't been able to overcome that is an instinct is sexual instinct, and that's because it comes with drugs. As long as your body produces drugs for sex or you know, for sexual intercourse, sexual release, you're not going to override that shit. As far as what y'all was talking about earlier, I don't think niggas ever evolved in the first place. It is my firm belief, it's just my opinion, that if niggas got to the gun first, there would be no other races on the planet. Full stop. Because that's all niggas care about. If you look at the history of niggas, you know, even going so far back into these pro-black niggas who like to wear kufis and shit, and look at Africa, all we did was sit around and fuck and do whatever fuck. I mean, look at our old monarchs, old African monarchs, what they did with their bitches. They had to die with them. And they took the whole house with them, slaves and all. Mass graves for niggas want to die with their hoes. Then and the more forward you go in history, it's the same thing with niggas. They will rather, it's pussy or death. So that's what it is. And they're by the way, niggas don't do math. I mean, okay, niggas they will rather, it's pussy or echo crazy. So niggas don't do math, they do math. Okay, math is M-A-T-H.
Oh Lord.
Math is M-A-F-F. It's different. Math, M-A-T-H, is based on what you can prove with numbers without fail, no matter how hard you wish against it. So you can repeat it over and over and over again, and it's going to be right every single time. Math, M-A-F-F,
it's subjective.
Is based on what you believe. and the numbers are pulled from a place called one's ass. That's math and math are 2 different things. Niggas do math. Regular people do math.
Oh man, Zero. You know, on that subject, I was speaking with when I spoke with that group about this, you know, the math, the percentages. You know, I was, to a certain degree, you know how I don't know if you've ever had this moment where you know something is absolutely true, but you're like, holy crap, like, do I really need to go back and look this up? I mean, I know that I'm not wrong, but holy crap, everybody in the room is saying otherwise. So, you know, I was like, you know, let me just go over to this little book real quick and open it up. And I open up and it's, percentages are real numbers. And then I hear this head Negro comes on there, and he's supposed to be, you know, I guess the matriarch of the group. And he says, yeah, it's obvious that this Coon doesn't know what he's talking about, because we have to look at the raw numbers. Raw numbers tell the real story. Percentages have nothing to do with real numbers. And I was like, holy shit.
Right. And percentages come from real numbers.
and this entire conversation that started from this, Again, I haven't checked today.
Hey, gentlemen, I have to step away for a brief moment. I will be right back. Share the microphone. I'll be right back.
Okay. In this entire conversation so far, this it started on Monday of last week, and I'm not counting today, has clocked in more than 60 hours of conversation. And I'm like, what? Are you I mean, good grief, when people don't understand something as basic as arithmetic, and that's up for argument in 2021.
Well, you know,
digress. You guys
SKC.
have it.
Well, you know, SKC. When I saw that mouse experiment, I saw the Passport Bros in the mouse experiment. Did you know that?
You said what?
I saw an equivalent of the Passport Bros in the mouse experiment.
Get it in, people, Bryson. Get it in.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
you remember? Was there a group of mice who tried to escape the enclosure but could only go so far?
Yeah, they called them the beautiful ones. They just stayed at the top, and
Right.
yeah, they didn't get involved in all the fights and all that stuff.
Oh,
Right.
and also real quick, Pablo, there's a bunch of these experiments, and there's a bunch of videos on those experiments. Yes, there were mice that actually tried to escape, but couldn't find an exit, so then they just resigned to stay in there.
To staying in, right.
Yeah, because they couldn't get out.
Right,
Aside
but
from
the
the
difference
beautiful ones.
Yeah, the difference between the mice and the humans is humans do have the actual ability to separate themselves.
And that's
To
the
leave.
point.
Yeah.
So that made me kind of ask the question, okay, are people abandoning their ability to reason? Or is this some sort of product of inbreeding and incest or something?
No, it's a product of niggas.
So I'm just curious. Like I said, I'm building the hypothesis more. It's very young. I'm curious as to what OG J Speed has to say. I know you had your thoughts. What do you have to say on this?
A bunch of bullshit. I talked about this almost 2 years ago. Maybe you looked at my video. I don't know. But I didn't come at it the same angle you came at. Because I came at it the angle is for a person to do an experiment on mice, that means you had to have a puppet master from the beginning. That's the angle I came at. The person who designed this experiment, regardless of what the results said, why in the hell you don't never want to talk about the puppet master who came up with the experiment, who controlled the experiment? That's the one you hiding from. I can look at the results, and we really didn't need no mouse to even tell us the results. We can just look at our ass as a whole. They didn't need no experiment with mice. You think they just started this with experiments of mice, man? Do you really believe that? You are a direct result of that experiment, but you just want to talk about the person who was pulling the string. That's my open statement of this bullshit you're talking about. It's way beyond your pay grade, brother.
Yeah, but OG.
Look, you don't need no assistant.
If you're going to say that, that means all of us are, including yourself.
Most certainly.
If you're going to say, oh, we're the products of some puppet master, that means everybody is, because what you're saying is there's someone at the top pulling all the strings and making people act a certain way, specifically black people, right?
Most certainly, but you can find everything in that experiment in every place have ever been bombarded by another race or taken over by another race. You can find that same experiment in every culture and every race.
But J Speed, how come if that's the case, how come many of us don't behave in the way that the puppet master designed?
You think you're not. That's the problem. That's your
Hmm.
illusion.
Okay.
The greatest
Who is and who is?
deception the
Well,
devil.
break it down for us. Break it down for
The
us.
greatest
Who is?
deception the devil ever
Hijack the
did was
stream
make you
again.
believe he didn't exist, and that's what
Okay.
you have.
Well, tell us who is behaving in the way that the puppet master would like,
You are.
and then
You are.
now who is it?
You are.
Okay. Well, but okay. Now you name me. So now who isn't? Give me someone who isn't.
Well, just like y'all was saying in their experiment, you got the highs and you got the lows. See, the difference between you and the Pookies and the Ray Rays, that you can point them out, but that mirror points back at your ass too.
Yeah. So now I'm wanting to know who isn't. So now I'm wanting to know who isn't.
He's not
under
going
the
to
control
answer
of the
that
puppet
question.
master.
You're just giving him more room to talk.
No, I'm saying, but can I answer your question?
You haven't told me who isn't.
Pablo?
He's not going to tell you who isn't.
I just told you. Everyone. What are you talking about, Zero?
Pablo, pretend you.
I just told you everyone. I just told you everyone. But what I just told you is the reflection of the mirror makes one looks better because he's in a suit and you think he's not part of the experiment.
So what it sounds like
I'm wearing shorts. I'm wearing shorts.
Are you wearing them Daisy Duke shorts? We understand.
Pablo, just pretend you're talking to a drunk girl. That's all you got to do.
What it sounds like to me is that this goes back to inside of the experiment with the mice, of them grouping together in these little gangs and trying to and believing that was the proper thing to do in this situation where there is abundance and attack other people. And I think that's what the whole racialized tribalism speak is. It's it's this weird notion that the other gangs are out to get you, and it's like that idea is weird.
In his head, brother. What do you think it is?
Oh my God!
I'm just asking you a question. God. You can laugh it off all you want to, but it's still a question on the table.
Does that make sense to you, Zero?
I'm not talking to Zero. What you need, a sidekick or something? You Batman and Robin now?
No, I'm not.
I'm asking you a question, brother. I asked you a question. You've been putting all this shit out here. Now I'm asking you a question.
Keep interrupting like a girl until you talk.
No, you can say what you want to say, Zero.
Go for it.
Zero. You can call me a girl.
That's what you talk like. That's what you argue like.
You wouldn't say that to my face.
Everybody says even if I said
even if I sound like a girl, you wouldn't say that shit to my face.
Everyone says
that's what I'm saying.
Gonna say anything
even if you said that, even if I sound like one, you wouldn't say that to my face.
Which is the equivalent of yelling like a girl. You see that shit?
No,
it all makes sense.
Again, obviously you haven't been around a bunch of men.
This is the equivalent of a chick yelling.
Equivalent of you just being a mathematic wizard, and that's all you know.
This is what
that's all the fuck you know. And what I'm saying is, you can say what you want to say. You would never say that to my face.
Nope, I would never say that to your face.
I know you wouldn't.
Sir.
I know you wouldn't. I know you wouldn't.
Right.
Because you wouldn't be talking for the next.
All right, man. Let's calm down a little bit.
All right, man. You calm down.
Stop yelling, lady.
Wait. You identify me with a girl, and you telling me to calm down, brother.
Chill, lady.
No. You identify me with associated with a girl, and you want me to calm down.
Relax.
You calm your sorry ass down.
Go take a bath.
No, you go take a bath.
Run you some.
You go take a bath, sleep with your dog, kiss him, make love to him, do whatever the fuck you do, and turn your ass.
Can we
conversation? You associate with me with a girl. If you can't see that,
can we get back on conversation?
Yeah, I just asked a question, and then he came at me at another angle.
So what's your question?
What do you think survival of the fittest is?
Okay, survival of the fittest.
Yes.
Okay, that different species are trying to survive to continue to procreate,
and that includes human beings too, right?
Right, but human beings are not different species. They're all one
No,
species.
no, I'm asking you. We are different species.
The very tiny fraction of DNA code that codes for skin color does not turn us into a different species.
Melatonin has a big difference in the human being. You don't want to see it that way. I guess that math don't work on that side.
So where's the science in the Human Genome Project that proves that? Because we've already decoded.
I tell you what, we've already decoded it. Theo and put his ass out there in the sun for 6 and 8 hours, and take me out there and put for 6 and 8 hours. Do that for about 30 years, and see what the fuck is the difference. That's your science, brother.
Okay.
All right.
What does that have to do with?
It has a lot to do. I say the survivors of the fittest. That's what it's all about when it comes down to it. Anyway, that's what it has to do with the TPOT. So when you put people in a population, you see, this is the greatest thing about this whole conversation. Y'all want to say all that y'all saying about black people. You want to talk about welfare states and all that, but you don't never want to talk about welfare countries. Israel is the biggest welfare country on this planet.
Yeah, but we don't live in Israel.
No, we don't live in Israel. But your tax money go there. TPOT.
My tax money goes a lot of places.
No, but it goes there directly. And you don't have no say so. I have never seen you do one video saying you didn't want to pay your tax money to go over in Israel.
Well, what hood has used?
But I'm just telling you again.
Well, what hood has used?
Hold on, wait.
Make a video about
that. So you're asking, why do black people not make videos about or why do the black manosphere essentially not make videos about their tax dollars going to Israel?
Because they have the same point about their tax dollar going for welfare to welfare mothers here, and they complain about it.
No. If somebody's talking about welfare in the country, they're talking about the overall effects of society, and particularly the society
I understand
that
but that is
they live in. I don't. Listen, if the welfare state is affecting Israel, then that's Israel's issue. And if our government is taking our tax dollars, which I'm skeptical of how the way that you framed that, I'm pretty sure is more to it. If our tax dollars is going over there to fund their welfare state, I think it's more to it than that.
It's a welfare country.
Either okay, but rather or not, our tax dollars is funding their welfare. That is still a separate issue. But to say that we should be making content about that, that's just weird.
No, I'm just saying it. The problem is you have to pay tax dollars.
Well, I'm wondering if
you have to pay tax dollars for something that's not benefiting you.
No, I'm fine. Hold on, wait. I'm fine with paying tax dollars for things that don't benefit me. I mean, we really can't. For me, it's hard to get around that. So I tend to look at really, SKC, really. Okay. I tend to look at just the overall effects of things. Okay, I look at the effects and the outcomes of certain things. So that you're framing the argument in a way that I don't even think most people argue it that way. Some people say that, and I don't like when they say it.
But you have heard that, right? But not.
Yeah, I have heard that, but I'm conceding the point. Stop. I'm conceding the point that that's a bad argument because Donald Trump had what was like a $2 million golf budget. I don't like that my tax dollars paid for Donald Trump to play golf. I get that. But what we're talking about is the overall effects of something. So I don't want to ignore the effects and say that your tax dollars paid to put up a statue in Maine somewhere. Like that muddies the waters of what could be a decent conversation.
Well,
so I don't want to go that
I think how this came about was we was talking about
SKC. You got to take down the J.C. Lee Peterson. It's distracting.
Why not? Why not?
I can't be Jesse Lee.
I'm going to keep it up there. Why not have it up there? That's what he represents. Why not? And if he probably can get his head out of his ass, he probably would put his own picture up there. But anyway, I think the whole structure of this, well, I was trying to make my point, but no, it was.
Yeah, hold on, wait. I kind of missed your overall larger point. So, and I apologize to the audience if I have him rehash something that he already said that potentially didn't make any sense. I want him to say it again. I want to know what his overall position is, so I'm not just coming in late because I did step away. I had to go use the bathroom, so I'm back.
Well,
what was your overall point when you first stepped?
My
to the mic?
overall point is that whatever you seen, I talked about this shit almost 2 years ago, and I made a couple of videos about this experiment. So this is nothing new to me, and it's probably not new to a lot of people. My overall point was, if you have an experiment, that means somebody had to come up with it.
Okay.
And that means there's a puppet master somewhere, because that's the one is setting this whole frame for this experiment. The problem I have with these type of conversation is nobody wants to really talk about the elephant in the room, because if there's an experiment, that means somebody had to make it. And I hear a lot of times, especially with dealing with SKC, and a lot of the other brothers like Passport Brothers, People Bryson, I find that they don't want to talk about the person who's doing their experiment. That person is invisible. And see, it might be invisible to mice because they're put into a square, a box, or whatever. But we as human beings, we think beyond what a mice might think. And so what I'm saying is, he said there's no wall, right? It is a wall. You just don't see it.
In their minds.
Wait. Okay,
right.
Regardless if it's fictitious or in their mind and they believe it, I call it the government. That's our wall. So if you move from one city to one state, the laws might change a little bit, state laws, but it still have federal guidelines. That's the human being walls in the United States of America, if you want to identify with that or not.
But it hasn't
stopped
you.
Say that
going to
last part
Africa.
again. Hold on, wait. Say that last part again, OG.
I said, if you want to identify with that or not, that's our wall. Because if all the 50 states,
what's our wall?
The government, the federal government guidelines, the Constitution, all that's our wall.
That's our wall. The government.
Leave every day, B. Flights leave every day.
All right. So here's the deal. Okay. I'm going to try to walk it down this path. In the event that, let's just say, through some odd turn of events, that when you're talking about I'll explain like this. When you're talking about a puppet master and our wall being the government that we fund, and our tax dollars fund the government, which ultimately fund the military, the police force, to pay for the roads, the highways and byways that we drive on to get to work. And the government, I guess they suppose they set the speed limits of what we're going to drive there. They set the parameters of what you can and cannot do to other citizens. So I want to know. I'm trying to figure out how, like, this country is pretty damn free. Okay, it's pretty damn free. So I want to. I guess I'm trying to figure out, how does the government become a boogeyman controlling
I
people?
didn't say it was a boogeyman. I said he was saying early in his.
And hold on. By the way, hold on. And I do want to make sure I point this out, because you said there's somebody that the mice can't see. That's the experimenter. Yeah, he does set up the environment, but if you're doing a good experiment, your goal and objective, and I think he did pretty good with his goal and objective, is to not manipulate their decisions and what they do. The thing was, I'm just going to give them an overabundance of everything that they need to survive, and then just sit back and observe them. All right. So that's different from him being a puppet master. He didn't like create a maze that they had to go through to get a certain outcome. He let them go, basically.
But that was the second part of that experiment was done too. And that's the one that there was plentiful food put in there in the first place. And then as each day went, they started cutting the food source in the water. And then they
we're not talking, because that wouldn't be the utopia. If they
I understand, but I'm just saying I'm putting it all together because both of them experiments done by a puppet master. So that's exactly what I'm talking about. In the overall scheme of things, that we live in that same environment. We have a visible wall, regardless if it's in your mind or you can touch or you can feel or whatever. Our states are guided by the federal government. Your laws don't change that much state to state. They do have some local laws and state laws that change. But
hold on, OG, it should be guided by the federal government.
I'm not saying that. I'm not even saying that about a bad
that's
thing. What I'm just saying to your argument, you were saying earlier, Bernard, even yourself, that a lot of things that we do is unnatural. You was talking about going to the work, doing coding, come with that. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. So why is everybody thinking I'm saying it's a bad thing?
Okay, then
I'm just saying if you're gonna talk about the room, talk about the whole room.
Why are you saying it to begin with if you're not saying it's a bad thing? Are you saying it's a good thing?
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just telling you it's a controlled environment.
Okay,
it's a controlled environment, my brother.
If it's not good, it's not bad. I mean, it's benign. And if it's benign, then why even bring it? Why even introduce it?
Because if you gonna have a discussion about anything,
spin move.
No. If you gonna have a discussion about anything, then let's talk about the whole event. Let's don't talk about the one that just fits your narrative. Let's talk about the whole thing.
By that measure, speed everywhere is a controlled environment because you have government everywhere you go with rules, laws, policies.
Not everywhere you go, Pablo. You haven't found them places yet. I'm pretty sure when you do find them places, you find some damn woman to be with.
Wait a minute. The places where there's humans without strong government, those are some of the worst places to be.
Exactly. It's chaos.
So that's why I don't understand why people talk about the government in terms of it being so oppressive. I mean, these are modern day first world problems. If we're talking to the things that we're oppressed by, they're really first world problems.
Regardless
on steroids.
Of that. Okay, regardless of
we have fat poor people.
Oh, okay. Well, you had fat poor people way back in Roman days. So what the fuck?
Oh boy, here we go.
Okay, you had fat ass people in the Roman day. Here we go again. TPOP.
No, OG, you always do this.
So you always do this. Wait a minute. Have you ever looked at any OR, brother?
You always do this.
Have you ever looked at any art, brother, with pictures of white women that some of you brothers love so much? Have you ever looked at any of that old art?
What is that? Okay,
well,
fine.
Okay, fine. They call them full figure. What they call them full figure?
Give you the argument.
Ronaldo. What do they call them? Full figure what? What do they call them? God damn it! Look at some of the old art.
I'm going to give,
act like just fat people just started coming along.
Give you the argument, OG, and you know what I'm about to say next because we talk this all the time. You say, "Oh well, we're just like the Roman people."
No, that ain't what I just said.
We're not too much different than everybody else.
Hey, look, I'm talking about the goddamn spark plug. You know, I already took it to the goddamn generator.
Well, that's what you're basically saying.
I'm talking about the spark
plug. There was something else that OG brought up that I think I'm willing to go down that hole, and I just want to know because
you really got a lot of holes, brother. Keep going.
I really want to understand this. Please explain to me about the superpowers of melanin.
Okay, before we get in there, Zero was trying to jump in and say something, but I'm gonna go to
I was just gonna ask a quick question. Does OG have like blackmail photos of you with like a goat or some shit?
What?
I'm just curious because you let this nigga up here to hijack the panel almost every day, with no repercussions whatsoever.
Okay, so how would you get back? How would you come back?
OG, that question was for me.
Okay, go ahead.
No, he don't. Actually, okay. He went from this is the progression. They come in, this is what OG has done. Don't interrupt OG. They come in talking from the middle, when they first start hopping on the panel. And then they just gradually start going more over into what we would consider Maggleville or whatever. They just gradually work their way over there. And then when they lose, then they come back the next day and they'll start in the middle and then start to gradually work over it. Then they lose. And then they'll start all the way over here agreeing. and then by the end of the show, it's like, God damn. But right now, what he's doing, he just goes full gangster right now. He just come out in the full glory of his Mageldom boomerhood and just lets it all out. And it's getting weird, but I do enjoy him. We do have good conversations sometimes, but sometimes he be tripping. But no, he don't have any blackmail photos of me doing anything lewd.
Well, you left out something, Brother Bernard.
What did I leave out?
You left out, all our tax money going over to Israel. You left that out too.
Yeah, okay.
Don't worry about it, T.
Judge Zilla the Beast in the building. Judge Zilla the Beast in the building says,
it's always
turn down your gain. And that was a good catch, Zero. He do turn up his game when the conversation get intense. He do be doing that.
It's surprising that a brother would ask you that question, Bernard. And these brothers never ever camera up. You see what I'm saying?
And
so
I never will.
I like to know what you hiding in your closet, brother.
All types of shit. Bikes.
I'm pretty sure you are.
All right. Judge Zilla the Beast in the building said job opportunity. OJ Speed interpreter needed immediately must be employed in Boomer, Mumble, Hotep, B1, Ripple, send resumes to. Don't send them resumes to me. I'm burning all of them. Shout out to Smooth in the building. He says Jay Flea keeps Underground railroading the convo.
I tell you what,
okay.
At least I'll show up for my court case and wouldn't be asking for no goddamn Xbox.
What
to support my kids? What? I will at least show up in courtroom for that.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Because he know what I'm talking about. He know Smooth know what I'm talking about. He go try to attack me every time because I got some shit on him.
What the hell? Okay.
Oh, Smooth put that up there, man. You read it.
Oh, can I?
Pablo. Oh wait, go ahead.
Can I just say something? That's more on topic. I disagree with my brother Supreme, and that's my man. But I disagree with him. I don't think that humans are devolving, especially when you talk about black folks. I just don't agree with that. I think this is where we've been. I think we plateaued. Is what I believe. It's not like it's if anything, it's getting worse, over the course of the development of social media. But I think that this is where black people have been for a while. It's just that now we see it more. We see it more. And when you're talking about the mouse experiment, there's definitely some correlation, because one thing about the mouse experiment is that the younger mice, they were born into this quote unquote utopia, right? They were born, the young ones, the infants, the small mice, they were born into it. So they were born right into because you can only get a true comparison from the mice who weren't born in it, right? The mice that you literally put in there, right? That's the true case experiment. The ones that you put them in this utopia, you let them run around, let them see if they was going to breed or whatever else. All the rest of the mice that come subsequent to that were pretty much born into it. Likewise, when you compare it with human beings, a lot of human beings were born into these situations. Therefore, they are a true reflection of the situation because they spent their whole lives there. Unlike the mice who were put in there, because you had to have put some mice in there, right? You put them in there. You watch how they act, they bred and all that kind of stuff. So everything after that, when you're talking about the mice that were born into that situation, that was their life. That's all they knew. Because basically, if you took mice and put them in there, what did you do? You changed the environment that they were living in, whether you had them in a lab, whether you had them in a cage, whether you had them wherever, you took them and you put them in this utopia. So now their life has changed. So they have to adapt to whatever environment you just put them in. Unlike the mice that were born into that situation, guess what? This is all they know. They're not changing anything. They're growing up inside of a system that's been created. Same with people. People are being born into these crazy situations. So what are they doing? They are true products of the environment. Unlike a human being who moved from Texas to Chicago, they got to acclimate to whatever's going on in Chicago, right? but their children ain't acclimating to nothing. This is their life. This is what they were born into. So I just want to make that distinction.
So are you saying, Xavier, that's where, hey man, you gonna leave the hood? Why the hell I want to do that for? Are you saying that's where that comes from?
Yeah, especially if you were born in it, right? You're more likely to probably just stay there, right? You're more likely to stay there if you were born in there, okay? If you were born in there, this is all you know. But if you someone who moved from somewhere else, or likewise, say you were raised in the hood and now you're an adult, you're 30 years old, you can make the decision whether or not to move to Texas, right? So you move to a nice enclave in Texas, and now your kids are born in that nice enclave. They won't have any knowledge of that hood that you were raised in, because they were raised in some nice enclave in Texas. They were raised in Pearl Land somewhere. So they won't know anything about what's going on in Chicago.
Well,
right?
let me step on your toe, TPOT. I have a lot of friends that was born in the hood, but they had two parents, and they move around just as much as anybody in the middle class. I think this is what I'm saying is, I think when you try to cover just the hood itself, there's a lot of different people live in the hood, and some of them are victim to their environment. But there are a lot of people who are in these what we call this cash, social, or whatever you want to call it. If you got the two parents in there, they're more likely to get out of the hood than when you got single mothers.
Now, Jay Speed, that argument that you just stated, I presented that to the group, saying that is one of the ways out of that situation. But the group fought me and said, no, you don't need two parents in order to build a successful child.
Well, AKC.
And then I said, the percentages are against you. And they said, percentages aren't real numbers.
Okay, well, I don't know about the group you was at, but I'm just saying, my life, looking at things, I'm always talking about the family in the first place. I don't totally disagree with you with everything that you say. I take the things you say that's great. I don't hear it from other people that you would consider, you wouldn't even consider listening to. I don't heard this all my life, from different ministers to speakers, to Claude Anderson. I don't heard a lot of things you do say. I agree along with, and the difference between me and a lot of these other people who might disagree with me, I haven't been over there in a while, and I probably never will go back over there, but I have been over to Zero's content. I have super chatted him, and regardless if I disagree with him, I think there's some things that he say when he start talking about coding, when he start talking about computers and stuff like that, it can be very helpful to our community.
He's never been to my channel.
I've been in your channel, and I can show you.
First of all, I'm not monetized. Second of all, I don't talk about coding. So you've never been to my channel, so you should probably stop lying about that.
Maybe you was on somebody else's channel. I'm sorry, sir.
Cool. Makes sense. I don't talk about coding on other people's channels either.
Okay. All right. Well, I apologize for that. Maybe
just leave me out of that shit.
Okay. Well, I'll leave you out of that. But okay, cool. If you want me to leave you out of that, don't associate men with women anymore.
Yeah, makes sense.
All right. Don't associate men with women anymore.
Right.
If you want to be respected as you want to be respected.
Super duper. You just fucking lied, and now you're talking about respect.
No, I'm just saying. I apologize if I wasn't on your channel, brother.
Swear to fucking God.
Okay, I go back in my super chat because I hand them out. There's nothing for me to hand out. Okay. All right. I remember one night I was in your channel.
All right, we about to pass
the
mic.
Jay Speed is over here.
I am.
All right. We about to pass.
Me.
Yeah, we about to pass the mic. Pablo, I don't even know if you got to say what you initially came up to say. If you just ended up getting in the conversation, responding.
He was saying the next time he take a picture, he go back up 3 steps.
He can tell me what he said, or are you still trying to get him to take 2 steps back?
That time take 3 steps backwards the next time he take that damn picture. Next time you get your ass over there, take 3 steps back and close your eyes.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Pablo. You got the mic.
So, when SKC originally came with his hypothesis, and Brother JSP, do you know what a hypothesis is?
Hell no. I don't know anything versus one syllable words. Go ahead.
I know, yeah, that's very apparent. Well,
Yeah, I know you think that. Keep on thinking that.
a hypothesis is an educated guess.
You won't never see me coming.
So, an educated guess and an experiment is a systematic way to test a hypothesis, right? A scientific procedure to test a hypothesis.
Go ahead, Einstein.
So, in SKC's experiment, where he found the experiment with the mice, Utopia, I found a lot of, parallels. Now, experiments are not meant to exactly mimic necessarily the natural environment of humans, but what it does do is inform us of the natural order of things and natural surroundings and behavior, right? So in the mouse experiment, I can see different groups. I can see the passport bros. I can see the SYSBMers. I can see, the community in the experiment. And, I also did my own little video where I talked about, when before we talked about, the environment that some natural beings live in, right? It's interesting to note that certain animals like great white sharks and orcas cannot be held in captivity. They can't. They die, or they become so dangerous as to not be, palatable to be kept. And if you go over to my channel, you can see this documented in one of my latest videos, where they tried to capture great white sharks and put them into a tank at an aquarium in California, up in the Bay Area, one of the largest aquariums there. And what happened was, when they put the great whites in this tank, they either began to eat everything that was in the tank, or they injured themselves to the point where they died.
What the fuck they do in nature? Eat every
Well-
goddamn thing in sight. What the hell they supposed to do in the tank? What would be different?
Right. Well, you see, because they're meant.
You trying to say they can't be trained?
wild.
That's what you're trying to say, right?
What are you saying, Pablo? Go ahead.
Yeah,
they're
'cause I want to know.
meant to be wild and free. They're not meant to be in that environment, right? Similar, there was a case of a guy who had a tiger in an apartment in Brooklyn, a 400-pound tiger, until the tiger tried to eat a house cat and attacked his brother, right?
Sounds
So-
about right.
So I'm gonna bring it home.
Please do, please do.
So, as we see in the community, i.e., twerking on tables in the restaurant, not every environment is suitable for every form of life. Some forms of life have to be free in another environment, in an environment that's more suitable to their liking. So the true kitchen might not be a suitable environment for certain people. I rest.
All
Thank
right.
you.
All right. Thank you,
Thank
Pablo.
you.
Shout out to number 16. I don't know what the hell he's saying right there. Zara be effing with them pooters. He's smart. Oh, I get it now. I get it. I see what he's saying. Yeah. Yeah, stupid. All right. Who we got in here? Semper Fidelis. Go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Salute, Mr. Bernard.
If you got a hissing in the background, if you could
Do
turn
I?
that down. Yeah, I
Salute
think
to
that's
you,
your
my brother.
I think that's your gain really, really high.
Yeah, he's in an air condition blowing on him. It's kind of hot where he's at.
How about that? Is that any better?
Nah, it's completely the same.
Yeah. Turn off that fan.
Maybe okay, wait a minute. I'm going to mute up and I'll turn it off.
You got a fan on. And your point was, people, Bryson?
And you can look at the city of Chicago. Look at the city of Chicago and also see similarities with the mouse utopia. The mice began to kill each other just out of sheer abundance. There was no longer any activity or anything that they needed to partake in.
Okay,
Nothing
can y'all
to
tell me
make
how
life,
much
nothing to
pushback this
make
guy
life
got?
meaningful, and so they turned on each other and attacked and killed each other. Similar
Okay.
situation you see in Chicago.
All right. Can you see that in the jails too?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted.
There's not nearly as much murder in jails as there is in Chicago.
Because there's a presence of what?
I'm sorry. So say you got to.
Murders
You got
are
to
actually
say.
rare in jail.
What was that again?
Murders are rare occurrences in prisons and jails. They don't happen that often.
And due to what?
Controlled environment, a more controlled environment. But see,
just putting a human being in a
Wait,
wall.
hold on, Pablo, you going in and out. Were you saying something? You muting yourself.
He's trying to get on his parachute.
Pablo, what's going on?
I don't know. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead. Make whatever point you were trying to make.
Well, the point I was making is similar as in the mouse utopia when the mice began to kill each other because they no longer had purpose, but they had an abundance of everything that they needed. So the only thing left to do was fight. You have a similar situation in Chicago. There's an abundance of everything. There's no need to work. There's no need to do any of those things because, especially in the types of living situations that most of those people come from, it's subsidized, right? So there's only thing left to do is fight.
I like to ask SKC a question. How much pushback from his fellow did he get from this experiment? Was it open arm welcome his results?
So far, pushback. You talking about in these spaces?
No, I'm not talking about in these spaces. I'm talking about when this was actually done, because I seen some statistics on other scientists and other people who gave him great pushback.
What was the pushback? And hold on, wait. What was the pushback, and what is there to push back on? He just set up an experiment and set up a mouse utopia and just let the mice do what they do.
I understand, but that's
like it's impossible to fail that experiment because whatever happens is what happens.
I understand.
Now they could argue with him about his conclusions.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. That pushback.
Okay, so what did they say about his conclusions?
Well, if y'all had to let the answer to the video that y'all played on it today, you probably would have found out.
What are you talking about? Wait. We played it to the end of the video, but so what were their responses to his conclusions?
I'm saying at the time that this experiment was done, he had people who greatly said that his experiment, where he was trying to do is associate it with human beings, or what he's trying to see when it comes to animals. I mean, they question him top to bottom of his results.
They're supposed to. Wait a minute. No, stop.
I didn't say that. I'm not saying they didn't.
Okay, well, why even bring up that they questioned him top to bottom? That's science. Science it has to go through a scrutinizing process, no matter what you do.
Well, everybody
no
knows
how you do it. No matter what you say afterwards, they wouldn't be doing proper science if they didn't do what you're saying that they did.
Well, I just wanted to be laid on the table that
the proper question is the proper question, J Speed, is what was his hypothesis? What
Okay,
what was it
Einstein,
he
go
was
ahead and tell
trying?
us.
What was it he was trying? What question was it he was trying to answer by the
Answer.
experiment?
But that's irrelevant too, because he could have had a certain idea and a certain question in his head, and whether or not his question was adequately answered by that experiment, to me, that's technically irrelevant because we can just look at what happened during the experiment. We can look at what he set up. He took some animals, he took them out of a natural environment, and he gave them everything that they would ever want and ever need. And the society just imploded on itself. Like that's literally what happened. And they didn't even get to the point of he in his mind, I'm sure he thought that they would get to the point of overpopulation, but they didn't even grow to the point of overpopulation. They started engaging in so many unnatural behaviors in that unnatural environment that they died off. Like that's what happened. So he
But
could
would
have
you
thought
say he was thinking
he
about
could have thought
answer?
he could have hypothesized that they would grow wings and fly out of the thing. It don't matter. He was wrong about that, but we still can look at what happened. So that's why that's
But
irrelevant.
he was
Zero,
still
you was about to
answer,
zero. Were
Bernard.
you trying to say something, Zero?
Yeah, the population issue was part of the problem. That whole experiment was a social commentary on what happens when you go full communism. They gave all the animals welfare.
Yes.
Over time, the population did explode. The problem was when it got to them having like that mass extinction. So you're in a box, your population explodes, you get everything you want. The one thing they started fighting for was space. This is why they were like fighting each other. It was aggravating to always be around like think about it. Everyone has everything they want. The food is free. Where they live is free. The land is free. They can go anywhere they want within that box. After they had the population explosion because they could eat whenever and whatever and fuck anytime they wanted to, you got a bunch of animals in one box. They don't have any room. Even animals like mice need their own space.
But wait, hold on, wait, time out. They did okay. If the thing was able to house 3,000 mice,
right?
They didn't reach 3,000, and there was times when they was bunched up together, even though there was available bedding. So
No, you're right. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So when the population gets large enough to where like they need their own, so this is why you had these tribes split off. You had the beautiful ones, you had the ones that kind of like roamed around, you had the ones like looking for exits, and then you had a bunch of them fighting each other. But eventually it got to the point where everyone was fighting each other. Nobody like when you looked at the mice behavior, they were all aggravated, hyper aggravated. They needed to be out of there, free, and they just started fighting each other because they needed space. After a while, I mean, any animal, no matter how simple, is going to figure out there's no way out of this situation. So the only thing they could do is like it wasn't worth living. It wasn't worth living for. So they and when they say commit suicide, they basically starved to death because they didn't eat, they didn't drink, they didn't do that. They didn't like, run into the wall and repetitively into the head cracked open. They just starved to death. That's what, like, if you look at the experiment and read about the experiment, they basically starved to all of them because they simply lost the will to live. There was no, again, you read about it and all, because there's thousands of videos on this shit and thousands of papers on it. There was no room, and you get aggravated. You have nothing outside of that box. You can't escape. You can't get along with anybody. No one was having sex anymore either. That's another one. All of the mice lost the will to reproduce because reproduction meant more of them. So,
well, I read a portion of the study there, Zero, and you're right where it says that some fail to have a desire to reproduce, but there were some that had reproduced before, but they saw the mother kill the children and then they stopped reproducing.
Right. Yeah. All of that is part of that whole, losing you basically lose your will. And that's pretty much what happened to the mice. And yeah, that's part of it. Like the mothers were killing children and shit like that. And and the only takeaway from it is when you look at what happens when you go full socialist, these are the ramifications. You know, especially if people are in the box. Now, that the only thing you can really have against that experiment is that it's in a controlled environment, which is a box that you can't escape from. I mean, we have borders like states, cities, and countries, but for the most part, people are kind of not in that type of circumstance. That is an extreme circumstance, but it is an indictment on socialism, communism. What happens when you give everyone welfare?
Well, that's the weird part of that zero that I was just kind of I had jotted down some points that I wanted to explore further in the future. But I wonder when you have like some of these people who, like, say in some inner cities where they acquire quite a bit amount of money and resources.
Yep.
But they never leave.
Right.
So, Bernard, I'd like to ask you a question.
What are you saying right there, SKC? What are you saying?
See, it's like right there. That would be one of the mice that, let's say, it constructed a little.
What do you mean? What do you mean by humans that require a lot of resources but they never leave?
No. I was saying that we've seen in certain situations where in a lot of these inner cities and welfare area 25s, as it were, you do see some people that they acquire a lot of money. They acquire a lot of resources, cars and all this other stuff, clothing and blah, blah, blah. But they never leave.
Right. We have different social conditions.
So the whole idea of, there's some type of wall that's keeping them, in this area. No, that's all mental. That's all mental.
Yeah, but don't, excuse me, don't we as a people, we walk a fine line between living and surviving / existing? Don't we kind of walk that fine line? And I think that line gets blurred from time to time, depending on your station in life or your mindset. I think that many times when you're talking about human beings, if you want to put them in comparison to the mouse experiment, because in the mouse experiment you had all these different cliques and groups and the beautiful ones and the rogue mice and the female mice that ate their children and all this kind of stuff. You see that in the human condition. You definitely see that in the black human condition. Right? You see all these different grades of people, all these different types of people, some living, some surviving, some just merely existing. And if you was to go to one of those neighborhoods, right, and do the same thing that you did with those mice, you wall all them Negroes inside of there. It's just a matter of time before they all either one starve to death, right? Start interbreeding, inbreeding, or eventually start to kill each other off. You will see the same thing. If you went to one of those neighborhoods and just built a 55-foot wall that these Negroes can't get out of, you come back in 10 years, they'll probably all be dead.
And you believe that?
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
So none of this behavior, can you not see it in any other other than a social construct where you are saying that these behaviors don't show its ugly head in free societies?
What do you mean?
Well, we're talking about that someone who comes up with an experiment and then all these things you start to see. Are you saying none of these behaviors are not in free society where it is not what we call a social or welfare state? You don't see some of these same behaviors in a free nation?
Of course you do.
Yeah, but that's part of the whole point that we see this a lot with humans. Like, we drew a lot of parallels to the hood, but I made sure that I took the time to explain that.
I know you did, but no.
in the modern Western world, yes, that person, he like I pointed out earlier, for those that missed it, yeah, he may get up, he may go somewhere and work at an air-conditioned cubicle doing some officey work and then make enough money to come home and drive in an air-conditioned car all the way home and go into an air-conditioned house if it's 115 degrees in Arizona, or go into a heated house if you're in Michigan like me, where it's, it's pretty soon, in a couple months, it's about to be a negative 2 degrees outside. I'm about to be sitting in some heat, comfortable, warm, and cozy. No survival pressures. No predators about to come kill me. Nothing. We're not. So we're in an unnatural environment. So yes, that does something to human beings across the board. Like so that's where we're at with it. But then you take that and you amplify it. You can put it on steroids if you implement full-blown welfare to human beings. So that's what we're talking about here. But there's people who not on welfare who just don't. Human beings are operating differently, because in many ways, if you live in a Western world, in many ways you live in a mouse utopia. Even if you do go to that cubicle and do some stuff on a computer to make enough money to provide your mouse utopia, where you can get up and go to a refrigerator and eat a bunch of food, refrigerated food that you didn't hunt. It's still the same thing.
I don't know, Bernard, because there's one thing about that. So far as making that correlation, the mice didn't do anything to push the utopia forward.
Exactly. Well, okay, hold on. Who really pushes the society forward, though? There's only a small percentage of people
those who are productive to society.
That is true. So everybody, okay, so even the guy going to the cubicle is doing his part. That's essentially what you're saying,
right?
But the mice, they didn't have to do their part, or somebody who's just sitting living off the government toll or whatever. They don't have to do their part either, so to speak. So
correct.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I'm still just making the point. We are in an unnatural environment. That part can't be denied, but I'll give you as unnatural as our environment is, there's still things that you have to get up and do to just help, push the rock a little further uphill.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And I'll give you that argument. And to kind of prove it would be this, you have people who do their jobs. It adds to the utopia as it will. It keeps the machine rolling. But even at this time right now, where there are millions upon millions of open jobs, you still have the mice in Area 25 that would prefer to rob, kill, steal than just become a productive member of society. I mean, there's even jobs right now that are giving sign-on bonuses. I mean, when you get a sign-on bonus from McDonald's, good grief.
Check this out. It blew me away because, like I've said before, I live in a small town where the wages are really, really low. Like minimum, like put it like this. I drove by Panda Express. They hiring right now. Actually, like Panda Express, but they used to pay like $10 an hour, barely even that. I think the minimum wage is like $9.65. You started out at minimum wage. Right now, they starting you out at $14, $15 an hour. When the Rona hit, a lot of people, they just like they the hell with going back to work. There's a labor shortage. So yeah, jobs are paying people more money. Like, some places like Walmart or the guy that bring in the carts at Sam's Club be making, $10 or minimum wage. Right now, that's a $15 an hour job.
Yep.
So
Bernard, I hear it's 25, but there's a new
to bring in carts at Sam's Club.
Look, $25. But our minimum wage out here is $15.
Hold on. To bring in carts at Sam's Club, they are paying $25 an hour for that particular job. That's a yes or
up
no?
To $20 to $25 an hour to get people to work out here.
You not answering my question.
Yes.
I can't go on the Sam Club and tell you exactly, but I'm just telling you our minimum wage is $15.
Okay, that's fine.
Our minimum wage is $15.
You don't know the answer to my specific
question.
No,
I don't know the answer, but I'm just saying most jobs out here now, even McDonald's and stuff, are paying up to $20-something now. So
okay, fine.
You got a new person in the house, but
all right, we do got to go ahead, Pablo. Then we got to pass it. But go ahead.
Yeah, and I want to help because see, J Speed came in here on some black defense thinking that we was on some racial shit. I know he
Here
did.
you go again with your
Why he up
bullshit,
All right, go ahead,
Peebo
Pablo. Go
Bryson.
ahead, Pablo. Go
But
ahead,
Go
Peebo.
ahead, Peebo.
J Speed, look,
Go ahead.
just to show you this is not racial. Here, I used Chicago as an example. You could also use mass shootings as an example that are primarily carried out by white males.
White males who have checked out of this unnatural environment. Boom.
Where
Good shit.
they're in
I
mouth,
just
they're in
said it.
mouth utopia.
I said it
Yeah.
before you did, Prebo. I said in a free society, you still have some of these same things that you was talking about in a experiment. And I think Bernard said it. So why you think you have to go in and do some background work on a B side or A side?
It goes back to what originally happened, Bernard. Like when I was telling you when we first started this whole stream, I just entered the conversation and shared the science. That's it. It was the group that immediately went onto the black people defense. And I think that I'm going to have to formulate a reason as to why that's the case, that when this information is shared with certain people, they immediately go into the racial defense.
Well, if you shared it with the Klan member,
Well,
you was a Klan member, or you shared it with some Baptist preachers, or you shared it with anybody else. I think that the group you are sharing this information with to, I think they will be associated with that you're sharing this because you're associating this to them, regardless of what your intent might be. But I think anywhere you take and share information with different groups, they go figure out or try to figure out, are you trying to share this information because it's associated with them?
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but can't that be attributed to the hit dog hollering though?
Absolutely.
Well,
absolutely.
if you want to be, you could be making anything you want to.
It absolutely could be contributed to the hit dog hollering. I totally 100% agree. Car designer Chris in the building said, is Pablo saying that for some people, society or social order is not the best living environment for some people? They need to live in a Thunderdome like society. Thank you for the super chat, car designer Chris. And they just want
good point.
Quick stop in the action. Everybody who supported the streams thus far, appreciate each and every one of you. Haven't even reminded anybody to get the likes up. It's 270 people in here, 151 on the likes. I definitely appreciate everybody who's here, but let's get the likes up. We're going to go to Freeman's Journal, and so we got Freeman's Journal and then Kevin and Sales coming up. So go ahead, Freeman's Journal. You got the flow, you got the mic.
Yeah, man, I think that we draw these parallels so easily because, we all black and we all see it, right? We all kind of have that same history, right? So it's easy to see, and it's what we talk about all the time. But I think it's interesting that I just started reading The Fourth Turning, and what we see in here, a lot of this is already baked into the cake, right? Like, the boomer definition of we, and us is definitely different among the Gen X generation, and the people that are challenging the we and the us are definitely in this room, right? So it's that obvious kind of friction, but that difference in the definition for Gen X, that has already taken place, right? That's not going to change as we become more ascendant, in culture and enter our peak earning years and the boomers start to fall off. We're going to have the dominant voice. So I think, we're mostly talking about stuff that has occurred 20 years ago, but I just think it's interesting from that standpoint. And, most of the people in this chat, they're the beautiful ones, getting away from all that BS, succeeding anyway, and, doing the best with their lives. That's really all I had.
All right. We're going to go to Kevin in Sales.
What's going on, Bernard?
What's going on?
I just jumped on the panel. Literally just heard the last 5 minutes. I saw your title, and being the amateur scientist that I am, I'm assuming I will be on the same accord when I start speaking. We live in the greatest time in human history. Nobody on the panel, nobody in the chat, nobody on this planet, depending on whatever culture you're in, would want to go live back in ancient times, in prehistoric times, etc. I want to point something out. 500 years ago, if you you could die from a common cold, you could die from malaria. 500 years ago, if you were walking in the wilderness and you injured yourself, there were no services for you to call for anybody to save you. The idea that we are evolving, whether it's black, white, or as the human race itself, in my opinion, I believe it's totally wrong. I believe that we are on the cusp of entering into civilization one. If anybody's familiar with I think it's called the Cardos or Cardave scale. You have 4 different scales. There are a lot of scientists who postulate that there are 7 to 8 different scales. I mean, it's 8 different civilizations. But for the first time in human history, we have a global system of economy. We have a global system of information. We have a global system of medicine. So, where I live at, which is, right by the Cleveland Clinic, which is the #1 hospital on the planet, we've had people from all over come over here. Whereas back in the day, you were only regulated to your local environment. So you have, I have, me and Bernard, we've talked about, I've talked about my viewpoints on the African American race or the African diaspora. But let's be completely honest, there's way more genetic diversity in the African culture now than there's ever been. And I think that's one of the reasons why, in my opinion, the African American is probably the most talented on the planet because of so much genetic diversity. A lot of African Americans are in a hodgepodge of different local groups in Africa. So when Africans were brought over here, they were breeding for the first time with different groups. So it was a lot of genetic diversity that was created 400 or 500 years ago. To prove this, go to Papua New Guinea. Those people are part of the African diaspora, even though that's Southeast Asia. But look how they're living. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the blacks in Papua New Guinea. Those blacks, for the most part, have never really been tapped into. And to a degree, they even still look like our primitive ancestors from 1,000, 2,000, 100,000 years ago, because they don't have any genetic diversity. I really believe that within the next 50 to 100 years, we will be a spacefaring race. I'm talking about the entire human race. More people are educated now more than ever. So, the idea of devolving, in theory, I can understand why people would say that because of what we see in social media. We see all the World Star videos. But on a global scale, we're living better than our ancient ancestors did. And I'm talking about just 500 years ago. So that's just my spiel. And hopefully this is what you guys were talking about. I just caught in on the last 5 minutes of you guys talking, but yeah.
Yeah, you were kind of on point with some of the things that we were talking about. And you are right. Like, we have built an advanced society.
Yeah.
But that advanced society can contribute. I mean, I wish you could look up the Mouse Utopia experiment. Just look that up and you'll get a good feeling for what we were talking about. But overall, yeah, a society getting advanced to the point where living is so easy that in many ways can contribute to human beings devolving. That ultimately what happened in the Mouse Utopia experiment. Devolve might not be the right word, but it imploded on itself. So but I check that out and you'll get some context of what we were talking about here. But either way, shout out to you. And you got charged up with looking like a 90s R&B singer. Like it looked like you got a ooh yeah. Let out.
Take me back in time. Go ahead.
If I could ask Kevin and Sales a question. You were saying the thought about how we live at a high point in human society so far as technology, information, education, so forth, right?
Yeah.
Right. So particularly in this age where pretty much everyone has access to the internet via cell phones, all that type of stuff, why do you think that there are certain, particularly here in the United States?
Yeah.
Why do you think that there are certain enclaves of people who are struggling to read, who are struggling to understand basic arithmetic, who are struggling to understand basic civics.
Well,
with everything at the touch of a, it's like all they need to do is just push their finger on a glass screen. That's it.
Well, I mean, all right. Well, I used to be in education. I have a master's degree in special education, mild moderate. I used to teach in high schools and junior high schools in my city, and I can tell you exactly what it is. You know, I go on a lot of Uncle Ruckus rants about Black people just for comedy purposes, but in reality, some of the most intelligent kids I've ever met in my life were Black inner city kids. The reason why they are not academically inclined is because of culture. The culture of education is not a big thing in our community. Let's take, for example, a lot of the kids that, I taught at charter schools and I taught at public schools. A lot of the kids who were smart, they came from single parent households, which we already know is rampant in our community. So they come from these single parent households. A lot of the times, and I'm preaching to the choir right now, but a lot of the times the mother is not in the home. We know that the father is most likely not involved at all. So the individual that is babysitting the child is the TV, or at least in our generation, because I'm in my mid-30s, but it's either the TV, internet, etc. And even I've noticed this. I haven't read a book in damn near a decade. And even I've noticed that my diction, certain words I pronounce are even off too. So imagine a kid who doesn't have those same stimulants that we did, like a physical book to read, an assignment, etc. So a lot of kids aren't given homework anymore. I was actually terminated from a school one time because I refused to not give homework. I said, no, the kids have to have homework. They have to have a stimulant after school. And so a lot of these kids, they can learn basic arithmetic. They can learn how to read, but because it's not being reinforced in the household, then of course you're not gonna, know anything. And that's what we get with a lot of low test scores at the state level for inner city public schools, if that makes any sense. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm preaching to the choir on this one, if anybody's an actual educator. And I don't think a lot of it is genetic at all. I know I've clowned a lot by saying, it's genetic, but no, I believe that Black kids are just, they've
Oh
done.
wait, no, you couldn't hear me. That's why you kept talking. But no, we got you.
Yeah.
But all right, we about to pass the mic. To Obsidian. Welcome to the show. You got the floor. You have the mic. Oh man, you're muted.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey,
is everything
What's
all
going on, old man?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Everything all right with the sound and everything?
Yeah, you sound good. Okay. You're just muted for a second.
Yeah. So first, because this is a very good conversation and very timely. So first we have to do the appropriate honoring of the conversation.
Oh no.
Oh man, don't start nothing.
Do not want war.
I'm glad the Supreme King Coon is having this conversation. And it's very timely. Is anybody familiar with the J.J. Abrams era of Star Trek films?
I'm 100% Obsidian. I'm 100% a Star Trek fan. I am so J.J. Abrams, in my opinion, is the butcher of Star Trek. He introduced the Kelvin timeline. But yeah, I'm very familiar with J.J. Abrams Star Trek. Yes.
Anyone else?
Oh yeah, and I know where you're going.
Are you going with the prime directive?
So just no, not at all, not at all. Just continue.
Let him rock. Let him rock.
Is anyone familiar with the Star Trek film? Came out some years back. J.J. Abrams Star Trek film Into Darkness.
Yeah, Star Trek Into Darkness with Khan. Continuity and saying, yeah.
So, in the very beginning of the movie, the movie opens on a planet called Nibiru, I think it's called.
Nibiru,
And Kirk and McCoy are attempting to study a new alien civilization incognito because, as was pointed out a moment ago, in the Star Trek universe, the United Federation of Planets has what's known, its Starfleet has
military,
it is general, well, actually paramilitary.
Paramilitary, correct.
General Order number 1 is known as the Prime Directive. That is to say that the United Federation of Planets cannot interfere with the development of alien species. Okay, so they're on this planet studying, in disguise, this alien society that is very primitive. It has not. They haven't even figured out how to make the wheel yet, and so they get discovered, and hijinks ensue, and the alien tribes are chasing them through the forest, and they eventually have to, because Kirk inadvertently shoots their ride out, an alien mountain. He stuns them, so they're running for their life because these alien guys are throwing spears at them and stuff. And so they finally get to the edge of a cliff, and they jump into the water, and where you see the Enterprise. The Enterprise had hidden beneath the ocean, right? So meanwhile, Spock is, being dropped off into a raging volcano. This society is about to have its own Pompeii moment in a minute, and so he sets off a device that renders the raging volcano inert, and they go and save him. But in so doing, the Enterprise has to rise out of the ocean to get Spock. And this alien society, this tribal people who haven't even figured out how to make the wheel yet, sees this massive thing that they think is a deity rising out of the ocean and flying toward the volcano, and then flying out into space. And so what they do is they all, fall down to their knees in prayer, and they get the stick and they start drawing, the Enterprise. See, what I have learned, Bernard, and everybody on the panel, what I have learned and what I have come to accept over the past 6 years is that I assume that many of my fellow brethren were in the 24th century with me on the Enterprise. That is not true. That's not true. What I have learned is that many of my brethren are those people on the ground with the stick drawing the Enterprise. Okay? That's what I've learned. And so therefore I cannot, explain concepts that would be, elementary to anybody in the 21st century, United Federation of Planets. It'll be like, oh, okay, no big deal. But you can't do that with these people. They don't understand that. That's what I have learned. I said I have to develop a whole different pedagogy here. This they don't understand any of this. And as a matter of fact, they could become hostile towards you in the woods.
Obsidian, you're preaching the work of the Lord right now. Please, please.
And can I ask you something, brother Obsidian? What about the people within that group, the ones with the stick, trying to scribble out a picture of the Enterprise? What about, forget the people who are actually leaders within that group? Because, within that group with the sticks.
Yeah, they got the tribal leaders.
Yeah, there's leaders. But what about the followers of those people?
Oh, God.
How far down the ladder are they?
Oh, yeah. The whole group, man, just fell out down on their knees, and they deferred to the tribal elders, to the shaman and stuff. They said, "Oh, see that? That is God.
Well, I could take that even further. Okay, if you go back to time, it's so embarrassing that I'm about to say if you go back to times back when people thought the world was flat, but nowadays there are people who actually think the world is flat. But that's a whole nother story and debate online. But even if you go back to those times, there was intelligent people among them who figured out that it was round doing simple experiments. There were intelligent people that theorized that that the sun was just a star that was up real close, and all the stars were other suns that were really far away, and they probably had celestial bodies orbiting around them. And based off these calculations that they did, they figured out that that certain bodies in the sky, known as the planets, actually went around our star that we call the sun. It was people thousands of years ago, 3, 4, 5,000 years ago, that was actually smart enough to figure that stuff out.
Yeah.
In the midst of some very primitive activity happening. So so when you say when go back to what X said about, well, what about the leaders? And that their leaders still dropped on their knees when they saw the Enterprise rise up. You would have to think that even in that situation, there were people smart enough to understand and theorize, or just come up, have an inkling, a hunch, or just at least make some calculations about all the possibilities that are out there, to where they didn't drop to their knees when they saw that. But that person in those times, to those kind of people, are heretics. They're burned at the stake. They're killed. So it turns into a situation to where, like when X says, what about their leaders? No, when people are primitive like that, they're going to follow the wrong people. And there's geniuses in every population, no matter how dumb the population is. There's a small percentage of geniuses. The people aren't smart enough to follow them. So it's almost like a lose-lose. Go ahead, SKC.
Bernard, can I ask Obsidian a question?
Yes.
Obsidian, let me ask you a question real quick.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm a Trekkie. I've been a Trekkie all my life.
Yeah, I've been a Trekker too ever since I was a kid.
Okay, so obviously in the Star Trek universe, the UFP and with following the Prime Directive have basically said that the starting point to essentially contact a civilization would be a civilization that is on the cusp
have achieved warp
technology.
Right. Well, that's the reason why they were in such violation in that situation.
Right. Now I used to be an educator, and there were some African American households that, I'm trying to be as clean as possible. Regardless of how much time and energy you put into, trying to develop a relationship with the mother, in terms of trying to get her to engage academically with the child, and the child to engage academically, you knew that there was something at a biochemical level, like there was something that was missing in their neurons. Certain neurons weren't hitting in the brain. As much as I knew that, I still tried. But now that I'm a little bit older and a little bit more practical, I realize that there are some people that can't be helped. And what I'm saying is, what do you think is that warp factor? What is the factor where, okay, I can engage with these people because they're on the cusp or a little bit higher, but I can't engage with anybody lower than this factor because I know that there's no point in it. You get what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you mean, and it comes down to IQ, which manifests itself in a whole lot of different ways. And one of those ways that IQ manifests in terms of temperament. Have you noticed that people that are smarter tend not to be so excitable?
Yeah.
Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
So do you think that black people on a whole is more excitable or less excitable?
More excitable.
Do you think that means that they have higher IQ or lower IQ?
In my opinion, just me looking at my existence and my 36 years on the planet, I would say that in terms of other races in comparison, lower IQ.
Yeah. So there you go. I mean, a lot, and I was talking about this the other day. The black manosphere, right, is essentially, it's like doing a biopsy on Black America itself. The Black manosphere is simply, a microcosm of a sense of Black American society. And the reason why is because that's where they come from. The Black manosphere aren't aliens, man. They don't come from outer space. They come from Black America itself. It's just like with the Taliban over in Afghanistan. The Taliban, they're homegrown. Those are homeboys. They're not foreigners. Like Al Qaeda were foreigners because they came, largely from different countries around the world, in the lead being Saudi Arabia. That's alien to Afghan society. The Taliban, on the other hand, comes from Afghanistan. So Afghan society has to grapple with this question, especially now since the Taliban is back in power for the second time in less than a quarter of a century. They're going to have to come to grips with this. What is it about our society that has created a Taliban? And what Black America has to do is, it at some point, and I'm hoping that warp level point happens sooner than later, hopefully within our lifetime, is they're going to okay. At what point do we take a quantum leap forward in thinking and conceptualizing and ways of doing things, ways of seeing the world, ways of seeing each other, etc., etc., etc.? At what point do we do that?
That's a question. And
because we are so behind the curve of America, not just American society, but global society. We are now in a 21st century, increasingly interconnected world, and Black America is, in a very real sense, isolated and separate and put apart. And that's not, due to white people. That's due to a lot of Blacks. See what a lot of people don't want to admit. So we'll talk about, for example, redlining, right? Even though in 1968 the Fair Housing Act came down, and it's a federal offense for anybody to attempt to if you can prove that someone tried to rent steer you, if you can prove that someone attempted to redline you, they are in deep doo-doo with the federal government.
Yeah,
that's a federal offense. That's a federal crime. Okay, and it's one thing you do not want to do. You do not want to mess with the feds. That's different than messing around with city police, county. You do not want to mess with the feds.
Yeah,
that's the last place people you want to mess around with. People, I was watching the thing on the Pandora Papers. I was telling people about this recently, about the Pandora Papers, and they were talking to this one lady who is an FBI agent, white lady. They're after Obacha is dead, of course, but they're not after Obacha from over. He's the leader. He was one of the leaders of Nigeria. He had basically raided the country's coffers to the tune of $5 billion and put it in his pocket. And one of his cronies, I can't remember his name right now, one of his cronies was in on it. So they're going after him. And that just goes to show you that, you don't want to mess around with, the FBI. You don't want to mess with the feds. So, yeah, I think that we have to really do some hard, we have to really think about all this and what that means.
Yeah.
Moving forward as a Black American society, we are increasingly being, how do I put this? Presented now. Talking about ADOS Black people. We're presented now with Blacks from around the world coming to the United States, and they have a different take on things than we do. Blacks coming from various points in Africa, one of them being Nigeria. Blacks coming from various points in the Caribbean. They have a different take on American life, and they have a different take on the 21st century than we do. We Native Black Americans do.
Yeah.
And, and it often isn't pretty. You know what I mean? And there's frictions and whatnot between the two groups, which has been well documented at various points, and it's likely to continue and increase. And part of the reason is because Black Americans, ADOS Black Americans, still have some attitudinal things to work out. We got cultural things to work out and attitudinal, but put it this way, cultural attitudes that we have to work out, that we got to get straightened out. We got the rights thing down, but we still got the cultural attitudes and it's all internal, you know.
Well,
and we still got to work all that out. And part of those cultural attitudes, it has to do with regard to education.
Yeah. Now that's what I wanted to key off on Obsidian was I don't know how long you have been listening in, but it really took me aback when I approached this group, gave them no hypothesis. Okay, you know, the spears came out for me. I get it. However, the abject rejection of percentages as real numbers. And this is from a group that is on the whole melanin superpowers, Yakubian stories of invention of all knowledge and wisdom and education. But we can just go back in history and we can see ancient Rome where, I mean, in around 750 BCE, 2,700 years ago, everybody there from slave to higher man understood percentages. But so if we're there now, if we saw that in history, and then they also are stating that no, there's an alternative language. You forgetting the melanin magic that we invented everything. Okay, well, how are we in 2021 where people are challenging whether these are real numbers?
But see what you're forgetting is, okay, so Reg the bad guy actually had an entire portion of his live stream devoted to that same issue. So we were talking you're referring to the situation where we all got together last week, and one of during the Little Big Nate interview that Bernard had. And during the panel discussion, we were talking about the abortion piece. And I had brought to the attention of the panel and listening audience an article written back in 2008. I freely admit that it was dated, but still legitimate. That the Guggenheim organization, which has a very long track record, they're no fly by night, and they're very much left of center. They're not any shills for the right, for the manosphere and all that sort of thing. They're a solidly left-wing organization. They had an article in August of 2008 where they freely admitted that black women got more abortions than everybody else. Do you realize that those guys over there on Reg the Bad Guy, they had to convene a special tribal panel of tribal elders to go back and look up the articles and everything like that, because they just knew that I was wrong, but then come to find out with over an hour of conversation, they finally admitted that I was right.
No, Obsidian, I understand completely. As of right now, somebody just sent me an updated email. As of right now, since I had this conversation, I'm not going to name the channel because I'm not trying to defame people. I just wanted to talk about the talking points of what they were stating. But since I introduced this thought last Monday, there's been no less than 78 hours of discussion upon it. So it's like, my God, basic arithmetic.
Yeah. And my thinking is, and here's the thing that I
wait, hold on, really quick. Something important that I do. Just hold your thought for a second, Obsidian. I think when referring to what you said, redlining was just against the law. He said, when did a federal law stop folks from breaking them? Well, of course, people are going to break the law, and if you get caught breaking the law, you're going to be in trouble. If you can prove that they did it, you got a case and you can win and you could sue them and possibly win millions. Like, so I think the point that Obsidian makes, and he makes the point very well, is that the laws were put in place to stop federally handed out racism. That's what was put in place. Now, there are still individual racists who will do individually racist things, And if they do it in the name of a company, business, or something that's supposed to be open or welcome to the public, and you could prove it, they're going to face harsh penalties and consequences. But you can't just stop an individual who just don't like albinos from not liking albinos. You can't stop that. But
you can't stop it by not talking about it, Nina. I think that's a good question. And then going back to the educator.
Wait, hold on. Wait,
Let me ask
we
you a
wanted
question.
Obsidian.
Yeah. And so my thinking is with O'Shea Lennox's point is, so I love the way Kevin handles this on his channel. So you got a lot of sisters, you know, he starts drilling down on their questions, why aren't you with your man anymore and so forth. Well, he was abusive. And first thing he asked him is, did you file a report? Did you file a police report? Oh no, I didn't do that. I did, and then we go from there. So for any black person that wants to tell me when has federal law stopped anybody from breaking the law, you get no argument from me on that. There's a very easy response to that. Did you go and report it?
That's how it's getting. That's how they're keeping watch for eyes on it, because people are reporting. But then there are people who, when you talk about it, they don't come at it at the angle you come at it. They just say it don't happen. I want to go to ask the educator or something.
Well, hold on, it don't happen. By definition, if it happened, if the person said that they're dealing with racism, okay, did you report it?
Yeah,
you,
it had to
you,
be
you were
rent
rent steered. You were red line. You were rent steered. You were denied a loan. Whatever the case is. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
You think it's racist. Did you report it? And invariably, more often than not, the answer is no.
Sometimes, that do happen in the city. So I do understand that. So, but I'm saying for the people who do report it, that just the last one, American, what was that? The bank had to pay. It was over $500 million. So that was just that was no less than 10 years ago, and they just got around to paying it now. So I want to ask the educator something.
Sound like the system worked.
Yeah, it does work. It works because people, just like what the city is saying, is a double-edged sword. It's just like he said. You can't stop talking about it, stop reporting it, just because you don't believe it don't happen. And so if it's happening to you, then you report it. Somebody must be reporting it for the government. The federal government comes in and charge them $500 million for it. Bank of America.
They were breaking the law. They got caught, and they got kicked in the nuts. That's
right.
Even more recently, look what happened to Elon Musk out in California.
Okay, so
I mean, federal discrimination laws and things of that nature is also a federal crime. So he ended up, his company ended up paying out $137 million judgment placed on them because one of his employees, a black man, was being racially giving them a hard time racially, and he had to pay $137 million behind that.
Right, and I welcome all that. What my thing is I know there are always going to be people out there who make excuses why they can't make it in life and stuff like that. I'm not talking about them type of people. I'm talking about when true things, actual fact things happen and people report it. Sometimes you get into conversation, as SKC might get into it. He puts out sure numbers. Well, on the other side of that too, sometimes people talk about things that they experience, and they're ashamed for that. But I'd still like to ask the educator.
Is it really an experience, or are they just trying to do a Jussie Smollett?
Well, I don't know what's in what their intent in their mind, but I want to ask the educator this: who was the first people who mapped out the solar system? And I know you know a lot of things about Africa. Do you know anything about that? Because we was talking about the spears and all that. These people was throwing spears, but at the same time that Mr. Ronaldo was talking about people thinking that Earth, you get in a ship and to go off the side. There was tribes in Africa who had mapped out the solar system, and they're all science, and that's true science because you can Google it. Just
and why didn't they develop their own futuristic society?
And here we go with the melanin magic.
No, I'm not talking about magic. I'm not talking about the melanin magic. I'm talking about science now. So, have you ever heard of the Dogon tribe?
We have heard We have heard of the doggone tribe. Why haven't the doggone tribe
So
developed?
I just want
Why haven't the doggone tribe developed anything beyond right?
because you know at different times, women at different times, people come up with different things. Different groups, different races come up with different things.
I agree with that.
That might be just one of the things they were great at.
It sounds like the only thing they was great at.
Well, good. We're
And
glad for that.
and they didn't take it beyond writing it down in the dirt.
Most certainly, and they probably did with a spirit, but they still mapped it out when there were certain groups on this planet who thought if they take a ship too far, it would fall off the side of the earth. So at any given times, there's gonna be smartness in any race, and there's gonna be stupid and dumb in any race. So don't make.
Well, actually, we're talking about Black Americans, the average of which has 15% of white ancestry. Did you know that?
Oh, most certainly.
Yeah.
Well, how could it not? Where are you?
Exactly.
Are you in your natural environment?
We're not Dogon people.
But I'm just saying, are you? No. I'm just saying we come from that.
We're people that were taught how to read and write. We were people who were taught how to do various things in line with the Western tradition. And look at us, we're very far behind it. As a group.
All right. O'Shea Lennox says, but the damage is done, and rarely is a penalty undo the damage.
How does he know?
That's his opinion.
Right. How does he know that though? I mean, you going to tell me that guy that had that $137 million judgment with Tesla, you think he's saying that the damage has been done and the penalty can't undo it? You think he's saying that?
My keys.
He just got $137 million.
If the 150 million only affects him and not all the other people that affects you, he might be correct.
But the lawsuit concerned him. It didn't concern him.
I understand what the lawsuit meant, and that's the point he's making. How many other people did it affect and then
what they can do what he did. They can go and get their own lawsuit.
Oh, we can always say that on Monday morning.
Yes.
But
we can say it
about a mindset now. We're talking about a mindset. How did it damage?
We can say, yes, people? The mindset is Dogon tribe. The mindset with Black folks is he got a good judgment. Good. He's got to break off. Give me money because it's about the community. It's a collective thing. Give me money.
Well, it ain't gonna be about the community. Community.
Sure, it is. You make money. You make money. And therefore, the right thing to do as a Black man is to break bread with your fellow Black Americans. That's the Black view.
I'm just saying, if it's not about the community, then why talk about it?
Why talk about the community?
Well, let's just talk about it as an individual. When we see how far that goes.
Yes, it'll go a whole lot farther because that's what American society is about. American society is part and parcel of the Western tradition, the Enlightenment.
Truly, you don't know as much history you think you know.
I know a lot more history than the rank and file Black person.
All around this planet.
I know a whole lot more history than the rank and file Black person.
I'm just saying, truly, there was a Roman Empire who went all around this planet, governing and doing all kinds of, made it I. And you see how far that went.
Yeah, this goes far. This is a society of individuals.
I'm just saying, everything that we're speaking of now is pretty much in a prison that it's been happened. It don't happen before.
Pardon?
So how do you make the adjustment?
Stop. What did you say?
Pretty much what we see today when it comes to the mind, brain, and dealing with people have already happened before when you know enough history. Okay. And there was a Roman Empire who went around everywhere and governed it and got taxes and got everything else. When they became it was all about their own wants. We see how far that went.
It went very far.
Oh yeah, you're right. Until it burned down.
Yeah, I mean, well, all society is going to end at some point. Theirs lasted a very long time. They got a lot of mileage out of it. Not bad.
Oh, okay. Are we just looking for the mileage, or are we just looking to make people better?
Well, the ideal is you would do what Ralph Ellison talked about in The Invisible Man. You would want to make yourself better by leaving the primitive community behind. That's how you improve the primitive
well, I don't
by becoming successful and getting the hell out of there.
I don't disagree with you in that. There are a lot of us ain't gonna be saved, but to welcome something.
Yeah, but that's very difficult for a lot of people, Black people, to accept. A lot of Black people have a very hard time accepting the fact that many of those many of those that are in their family cannot be saved.
Well, I understand that, Asidia. What
They're
I'm trying to
still in
say,
a primitive
where
state.
did that mindset come from?
Where did the
Have you
mindset come from?
pinpoint where that mindset come from?
What mindset?
You talk about all the symptoms. Have you figured out where that mindset? And maybe it's not even important to you to figure out
What mindset? What mindset are you
the
talking about?
mindset that you say that most of us think in a certain kind of way, or this kind of way, or that.
Oh yeah, I can tell you where that came from. I could in the more modern era, it comes from the pro-blacks. With their quasi pseudo Africana way of looking at things.
Well, we got to put it on somebody, right?
No, I'm telling you, that's where it came
We
from.
got to put it on somebody, right?
Maleficent, Santi.
We got to put it on anybody but the elephant in the room.
No, it don't matter to me. It don't matter where the mindset came from. If we notice a mindset and the mindset is problematic to the flourishing of a group of people, okay, let's work on getting rid of the mindset. We don't got to find the culprit, the boogeyman, or whoever inception the mindset into the minds of the people 200 years ago, because that's irrelevant to me right now when it comes to people figuring out how to move forward. So that's where
Can I ask you a question, there, Bernard?
Yeah, and then we're gonna
medicine. Why would the science of medicine?
We do gotta go to
okay. I'm gonna ask you this one question. If you take that same theory that you just splattered on the table, why is it when it comes to medicine or come to science dealing with medicine, they don't try to find out where did cancer come from?
Okay. What do you mean to try to find out where the cancer come from? You mean they want to find
they
out?
Don't just
they want to find out
symptoms.
if it's no. Are you saying that they want to find out where the cancer is located in the individual's body?
Not only, but where do it comes from?
Okay,
I think
what do you put in your body that causes the cancer?
From? Yes, where did it come from? Did it come from food? Did it come from environment? Do it come from this? Do it come from that?
Yeah, so they can tell you. Yes. No.
Hold
on. That makes sense. That makes sense in that situation because they're trying to get rid of something. So they want to know that yes, if eating collard greens gives you cancer, then okay, the solution is don't eat collard greens. That makes perfect sense if you're doing it in that sense. But if we're talking about a mindset that people have, going back to the origin and finding out the people 300 years ago that put a mindset into a culture, okay, that's good from for intellectual curiosity or just studying history from an academic standpoint. That's great. We're here right now. Let's drop this. We can see that a certain mindset is bad. Let's drop the mindset.
Well, how do you re-educate then? How do you re-educate then? If you don't know where it came from and you really don't care where it
comes from. No, that's the thing.
How do you come up with the solution to re-educate?
No, we were talking about dropping the mindset and getting a different mindset. And then you said, whoa, damn all of that. Hold on, Obsidian, you got some background.
Fucking with you.
Damn all of that. We gotta go back to the person who put that mindset in our head. We got to examine that. We got to look at that. We got to study that. We got to know that. Okay, cool. That's great to know. But that's probably 5% of the issue on what's going to help a group of people going forward.
But my thing is, if it's rampant in our community, regardless of
I don't even know what mindset. I don't even know what particular mindset we're talking about.
Okay, but I'm just saying, if it's rampant in our community, all right, somewhere down the line, regardless if you leave it or not, if it's that rampant and it's that out of control, somewhere down the line, you go face that. I don't give a damn when you put on your suits, you get in your neighborhoods or whatever. Sooner or later, you go face it. And what I'm trying to say is,
what is that?
Just to say cancer is in the body and we don't care where it came from. We're not even going to try to treat it. What we're going to try to do is just run away from it. Sooner or later, it's going to show its ugly head. From a carjacking.
Well, no. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Let me finish my point.
No, because your analogy is bad. If somebody is on the table,
let me finish. Maybe it's not as bad as you think it is.
I understand, but no. If we're talking about removing the cancer, okay, we can't get a time machine and travel back 300 years and remove
I'm not trying to do
the
that.
person who put the bad ideas in people's head that I assume they gave to their children, and they gave to their children, they gave to their children. We could just talk about better ideas. When we're talking about better ideas, you always say, yeah, but we got to go back to 300 years and figure out where these ideas came from.
That's your approach, not my approach. That's your approach. That's not what I'm saying. That's what you're hearing, but that's not what I'm saying.
I hear
All
what
right?
OG.
What
I
I'm
hear what
saying
OG
is
is saying. He's saying that you're going to have to deal with some of the repercussions of that mindset at some point, and I agree with him. That's why I stated, if you have certain individuals who are devolving and they are showing more animalistic styles of behavior, they are moving more by instinct instead of reason, then it is on. We shouldn't be mad at them. We should relegate them to their proper habitat and condone them to those places so that they can live out the best lives possible.
That's why they put people in prison, Bernard. Is because if they keep the people out there who's going wild, who's killing people, who's doing this is why they lock up people, because they know if they leave that person in a free society, in a free environment, some innocent person go have to face them people. And just to say you gonna run away from something,
because they've taken on the attributes of a wild beast.
Well, regardless of what you might call it, SKC. All right.
You don't agree with that? You don't think a person that's antisocial
say you got a problem you don't want to deal with
like a wild beast?
That's him. That's just what he said.
You don't think a person that's being civilized is acting in the manner of a wild beast? You don't think that?
All right. Wait, hold on. Okay, all right. Constructive consultant. Interesting conversation. Bernard, is the panel open or closed? If it's open, I would like to join. Well, you're on the panel, so good on you. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that.
We're trying to get silent up here.
See, y'all always thinking I'm coming at the end.
No. Hold on. Wait. We taking a break for that. I want to see what Simper Fidela's got to add to the conversation really quick. We'll go back to you, OG. We'll go back to you, OG.
Okay.
Oh, Simper Fidelis, are you there? Mic check 1 2. Going once, going twice. Constructive consultant. Go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic.
I'm here. And I got a question. I got a very practical question. How is it that
who is that talking?
It's some Fidelis talking now.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, go ahead. You got some bad hissing in the background. If you could do something about that, that'd be great. Otherwise, just ask your question really quick and then mute up.
Okay, the question I have is that how is it that from the 1970s, when I was growing up and I went to school, right, boys and girls education was equally valued. How is it that 50 years later it's not? How is it that 50 years later you got boys who are in the 8th grade who read at a 5th grade reading level? I'd like to know.
Well, I think what happened is that they wanted to fix the problem of girls being undereducated, and so they did what they had to do to fix the problem, and they swung that pendulum really far in the other direction, that we are seeing some repercussions at the lower levels. So I think that's part of it. That's part of it. I can go with that. I can see simple cause and effect on that one. I mean that's part of it. It's not the end all. It's not the end all be all. But yeah, I mean it's something. It's something there.
Me being not enough male energy in education.
Me being a former educator, and I can tell you exactly what happened. I mean, obviously, you're older than me, but you know as well as I do. Blacks now are way more educated in the United States than ever before, and a lot of stats back then were hyperinflated, and a lot of blacks either were just in school or didn't go to school at all. You always hear about that grandmother, that grandfather, or that uncle that didn't finish the 3rd or 4th grade. So the blacks that would not have finished school 50 years ago, those are the same blacks that are in school now, messing up the stats right now. So you already know that. Yeah, you already know that, being an older man. You already know that the dumb blacks didn't really even go to school at all, and a lot of the stats were hyperinflated anyway. So you already know that. So.
Okay, all right, fine. Okay, that was the case. Okay, but the thing about it was, I mean, I was not the only one, who learned the 3 R's in school in the 70s, okay? My whole, the building that I lived in, right? right, in Brooklyn, New York, right? I'm not living in the suburbs anywhere, but I knew people in those buildings that taught at the public school right down the street and around the corner. Okay, we had a small library, but we had a library in the middle of our
Hey,
block.
Semper, like you gotta fix that hissing or background noise. It's like it's bad. It's like
Why?
overtaken.
Well, I don't even know where it's coming from.
Probably
Got a
coming
fan
directly
on?
from your mic or your
But
speaker or your
Yeah,
something.
you might
I'm
have
not.
you might have something up.
Yeah,
Sam.
it's like I think the gain is up really high on your mic. Like okay, you got to mute up while you figure it out too. Hold on, real quick,
Yeah,
real
turn
quick.
it
Yeah, there
down
you
to
go.
about 5 or 7.
But I do believe. I think Kevin's point is that what's going on here is that the community is suffering mightily from a lack of masculine energy in education.
Good
Yeah.
reverb, old man.
That is true. That is extraordinarily true.
Yeah.
Now, we're
Constructive
getting killed.
consultant.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
I
Go
was
ahead.
just gonna
Go
say,
no, real quick, Freeman Garner. You got it. You got it. Go ahead.
yeah, public education is just killing us. I mean, killing us. You know, the question of what happened in the Cosby era and different world and all that is that public education has been pumping out dumb black people for decades. Decades. I mean, and that's just the long and the short of it. Period. I mean, there's no way around it. The evidence is overwhelming. When you put school choice in a black neighborhood, there is going to be a cohort of black people that care about education. They will separate themselves, get into those schools, and get better results for their kids. Period. Doesn't matter if there's a dad there. You know, that has nothing to do with those test scores. They're the same kids that are being destroyed in public schools are getting at least a decent education. At least they have the chance, you know, in school choice. So, I mean, there's no way around. I mean, the people that want to uplift, quote unquote, us. I mean, there's no way around public education. None. If you don't get that under control, you're just going to be subsumed under a tidal wave of more Pookies and Ray Rays. I mean,
all right. Constructive consultant, you said you had a question. Go ahead, answer the question. We running long. We ain't gonna know, but we're gonna make a marathon out of this thing. But I like to thank everybody thus far. That's why thank each and every one of you. Make sure you hit the like button if you're sitting here enjoying the show and you haven't hit the like button. Appreciate everybody who's contributed to the show. Yeah, see, I got the member tab thing down there. Appreciate people that become members to the show. I definitely putting out more members only content. I got some stuff on members only. I gave you a small snippet of it that I made available publicly, but there's a lot of things I'm going to do that's going to be going straight to member. Corey Burke in the building says it starts with not correcting improper diction. Black folks think it's cute when kids mispronounce words. Also, I think you mean single moms think their kids are meal tickets, so they focus on arts rather than STEM. But no, we just found out on one of my previous shows that the arts are a part of STEM. It's called STEAM now. But anyway, that was a good one. That was classic.
Yeah, that was classic. No, goddamn, you can keep the grease on your face for that one.
Yeah,
But
hold on, wait. Did we go to? I got confused here. Did we go to constructive consultant yet, or was that Semper Fidelis that was talking?
We haven't went to the construction.
Okay, constructive consultant. You got it if you're there.
Okay, Bernard, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, all right,
and
great.
Thank you, Corey Burke. Appreciate that super chat. Appreciate all your support. Shout out to you. But go ahead. You got it. Constructive consultant. I can't talk.
Okay, no, that's not a problem. One of the things I kept putting in the chat for SKC, where is his source material? Because a lot of times I notice SKC at least has source material. We can go look some of this stuff up and I guess review it. Was there source material? Can he put it in the back chat? What's up?
Source material concerning what part of the discussion?
Probably your beginning, your opening, I guess, statement or theory. What the main topic was about earlier from the beginning.
Yes.
De-evolution of human beings. That evolution, that people tend to think of evolution in terms of bilateral movement, when it is proven in nature already that it can move. It can move bilateral. People, you think of it as unilateral in movement, going only from lower to higher. When there's been studies to show in nature that it can move in any direction due to adaptation.
Plus, there was a movie that came out back in the day called Altered States. You ever see that?
Well, hold on, SKC. So, what was there? Is there a site I can go to? Is there some publications I can go to?
Yeah. I tell you what, I will drop my email in the chat, and everything that I was reading on it, I'll just send it to you in the zip file.
Okay.
But a lot of what we discussed, I guess the genesis of it was just SKC's own thoughts in his head and his theories, and then we did find, some supporting information like the Mouse Utopia video and some things like that. But it was basically essentially SKC's personal hypothesis that we were exploring. But again, I mean, if you want some material, SKC, you said you got some links you could send them. And,
because like I stated,
and type in Mouse Utopia, and you'll get a feel for some of the conversation that we had earlier.
Which I have read. I have read that. Did a brief reading of the synopsis of that experiment as of recently. Because there was one content creator. I cannot remember the brother's name.
Is this nigga asleep?
No. I'm listening.
Leave that brother alone because you got on a nice damn jacket, man. Come on, man.
And
you can't be the only one got on a jacket. Now leave the brother alone. Stop nudging him.
And to answer the brother a bit further, again, I was formulating this. I'm in the elementary stages of my hypothesis. I didn't even mean to advertise it. Had it not been for, I was just testing a very small portion of it to see how people would react to it. And then instantly there was this visceral reaction of Ooga Booga, you talking about black people.
So SKC, now I am familiar with you. I've been listening to you for about 2 years now.
Yeah, that's about my length on YouTube, about 2 years.
And I'm not gonna lie, when I first heard you on Obsidian's panels, man, it was a bit jarring. It does make you kind of want to get up, kind of like you said, Ooga Booga, I guess, however you want to look at it. But I have come to think of it as interesting theories and things of that nature that you come out with as time has go by. So I just was making sure, because I was a little thrown off, because I'm like, well, SKC doesn't. You do macro a little bit in your analysis, but it seems
and that's, I always say that I'm never the smartest person in the room. I open people to, that's why I ask a lot of questions and I throw stuff out there, because I know within all of the minds that I come across, they're going to give me better ideas and give me a better understanding of it. So that's how that works. Now, as for you, I want to throw something back to you that I find interesting about the community as it is. Now, I learned this on the Obsidian's panel some years ago, where a lot of times people will say all of this stuff about the Black experience. And when we look into that experience, people will come up and they'll make statements about, oh man, you were teased as a kid, and all this type of stuff, blah, 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 and to talk about the Jonesin and the Dozens and all that stuff. Okay, I get it. And I don't refute any of it. I'm like, okay, I accept that as it is. Fine. But I just wonder, with such a culture, then why do some individuals have jolts when I punch back then?
I would say in response to that,
I mean, shouldn't the culture have taught you to have thicker skin by now?
Yes and no.
Or is it that when it comes to jokes that you would take from other cultures, particularly white people or so forth, that Black people just can't take it?
Yeah.
Could it be that it's their kryptonite, that they're just weak in that way?
I I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that.
Well then what is it?
Because
Because it seems though as though a lot of times people will say all this stuff about jonesing and the playing the dozens, and they can get on panels and I'm gonna kill you, ninja, and all you a BAN, all this other stuff. Okay, and everybody will say that is fine. But as I postulated to the group that I was talking with the other day, I said, look at this. I'm speaking to you all in a rational way. You guys are yelling and hollering. You're throwing all of these curse words, everything, every combination that you could possibly think of. And the only thing that I said was animal. And that set you off like wild savages.
Well, SKC, let me say this. I from time to time, because I'm subscribed to Dr. T.S.N. Johnson, Green Gorilla, some of the more the guys who are in academia and a part of the academy. I see you from time to time pop in those chats, but I don't see you engage. And I would say this, and you might laugh. I think some of those conversations are a little higher than who I've seen you engage with. If I can be just, as clear and objective as I can be, I've seen you kind of engage with kind of the.
Well, some of the people that you named on those panels, I've created work for. So yeah, I understand who they are.
Okay, and I know, and that's what I'm about to say. I know, because every now and again I'll see you pop into one of those chats and then you pop out, real brief. And
what does his interlocutors have to do with what does SKC's interlocutors have to do with SKC's argument?
He mentioned that. He mentioned his he mentioned them in the conversation.
Yeah, he mentioned their reaction. So are you concerned with their reaction, or are you concerned with his argument?
I'm concerned with the tier of people that he is engaging and trying to have these conversations. I think SKC even brought it up. Was it last week? He was talking about when do we discuss higher brow topics? Am I correct,
because now those people in those chats that you're talking about, I don't hear anything about melanin magic.
No, not at all.
So there's no, I'm typically sitting there and I'm enjoying the conversation. There's nothing to go back and forth about.
Constructive consultant, real quick. Constructive consultant. Are you basically just saying that SKC, that you would like for SKC to take his ideas? You want to see the more intelligent people run a fine-tooth comb through SKC's ideas and see if they can hold up or stand up to that type of critique and criticism from intelligent people that disagree with them?
I really would. If you heard, just real quick, Bernard, if you've heard SKC, I know he does a lot of trolling and things of that nature, but if you heard SKC, if you've seen some of I'm assuming what I'm looking at, some of his work, his production work, and even if you actually listen to SKC, what he does in his personal life as far as mentoring, that's to me, that's higher. And so I would like to hear him discuss these topics with a higher intellectual crowd instead of those, melanin magic people.
Well, you do realize that the distribution of IQ on the bell curve strongly suggests in the Black community that was going to be a challenge for SKC.
I don't think so. I do not think so. We have enough.
Are you familiar with the cognitive IQ bell curve in Black America?
I've heard it discussed here and there. So I'm familiar with it somewhat.
Do you know what the estimated IQ of the average Black American is?
This is just conjecture. I've heard somewhere around 70 something.
No, it's higher than that.
It's 85.
Okay, 85. Okay, 85.
Constructive consultant, I understand what you're saying, and I thought the same way that you did, and I can use Obsidian as a point of reference. I remember asking him one time, don't you think we could have a show of where people of a bit higher brow can come together and have logical debates without all of the hollering and cussing and all this other stuff, particularly some individuals that you've had on your show from the ivory tower? And when he attempted to do some of the stuff like that, the numbers dropped significantly.
Why is that?
So it's like the community can't handle that. I got it.
Well, I would say this. How much of that is a sample size of the general public, where when you're discussing topics that require higher aptitude, that it will drop. It will become a subset. It will not be general anymore of the general audience. That's my argument. That's always been my argument when somebody says that.
I'm curious. What is it that SKC has said that you feel that a more intelligent scrutiny needs to be under more intelligent scrutiny? Is what I'm trying to say. What has he said?
Okay, so just for instance, for today, we were talking about. Obsidian just mentioned the IQ bell curve.
Okay.
Well, I remember 2 years ago. I don't know if Obsidian remembers it, but oh man, it's so bad. I cannot remember the content creator who challenged him. I believe it was.
We don't need to know content creator name. Just what happened.
Okay. He challenged that and said that, and basically put forth that there are multiple different IQ like tests that there are. They're
oh yeah, the whole multiple intelligences thing. Yeah, we get it.
Correct. So he challenged that.
Multiple intelligences.
And hold on, wait. We've had that discussion on this show. Hold on, wait. Zero. If I think I got it right, I think Zero qualified for Mensa, the high IQ place. You get it. Okay. And Zero is not
Soda Cat Williams.
Okay. Zero is not sold on the IQ thing, and if there's he made some really good arguments, and I asked him some questions about it, and so we've had that conversation, and we understand that there's arguments on both sides of that. You never hear me triumphantly saying that black people have a lower IQ, but I mean, listen, there's arguments on many sides of that, and we know that and acknowledge that, and we've had smart people on both sides.
Then how do we explain? Then how do we explain? Look, let's do it this way. Why is there no black Jordan Peterson? Why is that?
Because Obsidian blacks generally are intellectuals, and you know that.
Well, okay.
Wait,
Kevin, that's not true.
Wait a minute. Hey, hold on, everybody, stop for a second. All right, Obsidian, when you ask that question, why aren't there any black Jordan Petersons?
Yes,
that piece of information alone does not prove the IQ. One way or another. What does though? What does is
Thomas Sowell? Does that count?
Hold on. What I'm saying, what does prove the merit in the claim of black people's IQ is the constant, consistent testing of IQs. Like,
all right, I'm setting aside the IQ question for a moment. I'm just asking some simple phenomena that we all can assess and ask questions. I asked the question: in this age of social media engagement, where we know black people in general watch more TV than anyone else, that's Nielsen, not me, Nielsen rating, where we know that black women in particular are engaged on social media more than anyone else. That's not my personal opinion. Why is it that we don't have a black Jordan Peterson? Why is that?
Wait a minute.
There's no market.
What about
for
Thomas Sowell? What about Alvin Toussaint?
No. We're not saying there aren't smart black people. No. There are smart black people, but Jordan Peterson, right, became a really an international phenomenon because there is a market for Jordan Peterson. Thomas Sowell exists, but there's no market amongst the black community for Thomas Sowell.
Correct.
I think that's what Obsidian is getting at.
Time out. And we've touched on this before, and it's true that there are intelligent black people who there is a market for them to speak intelligently, but what do they always got to go back to? What do the Cornell West, the Michael Eric Dysons have to go back to? Racism.
Well, I know of Alvin Toussaint who helped Bill Cosby create the Cosby Show.
Wait a minute, we're not talking about. Wait, let's not go all the way to the Cosby Show. All right.
Well, I mean, he helped him create it.
Pablo. Easy.
Bernard, can I say something real quick?
Listen, all right, we shout out. Okay, let's pump the brakes and chill for a second. I don't mind having a serious conversation about IQ. I really don't. but I don't care for us to just be sitting here just saying niggas are dumb and they just dumb and they dumb. That's I don't think that's an intelligent conversation.
But nobody said that.
I understand that. I understand that. I don't want it to come off as that. I think it is important that, like, put it like when me and Queen Q did the show about not spanking kids. We know black people be beating the hell out of their kids,
and we know that reduces their IQ.
Exactly. So that's those are the things I want to talk about.
So could we make the causal connection?
So not having two parents in the household. There's normally an IQ difference with that. Beating your kids reduces IQ. There are things culturally that we do that just put ourselves in bad situation. I'd rather
wouldn't you agree that we have a backward culture?
Yes, I would rather talk about the backward culture, and that culture is contributing to that statistical lower IQ that we see when black people take IQ tests. So that's the conversation that I care more to have, but that's why I don't shy away from the IQ.
To the park apening of Black America.
Yes, it does. But number 16, when he said, "What the F am I listening to right now?" I mean, I understand where he's coming from, because we got to the point where we were having a conversation about black IQ, but I don't want us to transfer over to having it got to be a sensible conversation about
Bernard,
black
IQ.
We're having a sensible conversation.
No,
Bernard,
we are now, but it was on the borderline.
Bernard,
niggas.
Oh, you mean the lower IQ among us starting to get excited, like those tribal people in Star Trek Into Darkness?
It's the Enterprise.
It was associating our life with a movie. Go ahead.
Bernard, can you agree? Bernard, can you agree that, for example, like a Michael Eric Dyson or a Cornel West, though they are intelligent, they speak to the more emotional side of the human psyche, rather than a Jordan Peterson, who I can say he speaks to the more rational and logical side. And I think that even in the black culture, even the intelligent blacks amongst us, they still speak to our more emotional sides rather than the logical and reason.
No, you are absolutely. Hold on, you are
Jordan Peterson. Yeah,
you are absolutely right. They do appeal to the emotions of black people. That's why no matter how intelligent they are, no matter what they're breaking down, they got to circle it back to the racist boogeyman and what them did to us and blah 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 and all of that. They have to circle it back there, and that makes the black people, who many of them who typically don't consume very intellectual content, that gives them something to say about when they listening to it. So that is a factor in the equation in the whole world of black intelligentsia. They have to complain about racism, otherwise it typically don't work. Because if they don't do that, then they will just essentially end up being Thomas Sowell, who does not. There isn't a black market for the Thomas Sowells of the world.
Okay, but wait a minute. Just because wait.
Pablo, go ahead. Get your
just because. Wait a minute. Just because black folks don't want to listen to them or don't hold them in high esteem doesn't mean they don't exist. I'm sorry, Dr. Alvin Toussaint, nationally world recognized, renowned PhD.
Wait a minute.
Thomas Sowell as well.
Hold on. I don't think. Wait a minute.
They don't popular. Wait a minute. Whoa. Just because Negroes don't popularize them doesn't mean they don't exist.
Okay. Let me make this clear. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Let me make one thing very clear. I don't believe the argument is that black people are dumb and intelligent blacks don't exist. I don't think that was the argument. I think Obsidian's argument will probably go a lot of black people are anti-intellectual to the point to where the intelligent black people that are trying to put their intelligent thoughts, ideas, views, and perspective out there isn't an overwhelming market for it unless they're complaining about racism in the midst of telling you some intelligent things, thus appealing to the emotions of black people.
Yes.
All right, cool. So we
He's
understand
absolutely right. But I wanted to be clear. I just wanted to be clear. That's all. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
Shout out to
Roastmaster 1 says, great content, Bernard. He sent the Cash App. Thank you for the Cash App, Roastmaster One. I appreciate that. He says, great content, bro. And also, my man, Maurice November, one of my day ones, one of my first Patreons, sent a Cash App. He just says, let's go. Shout out to everybody who hit me up on the Cash App. And Freeman's Journal sent the Cash App earlier at 12:30, and D-Rock Den, of course, sent the Cash App. Thank you to everybody who be sending those Cash Apps. Appreciate each and every one of you.
But why do we automatically assume that if I ask a question and I lay it out and I say, okay, looking at comparing black social media usage to white social media usage, why is it that we can have conversations over on one side with Jordan Peterson and it have mass appeal, and then on the other side, people don't even know who Thomas Sowell is? And then we got to have the thing of, well, just because you said that doesn't mean they ain't smart black people. Of course,
Right.
it's smart.
No,
black
no,
people.
and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, Obsidian. Here, I'm about to break it down. The reason I mentioned Dr. Alvin Toussaint is because you hear a lot of times in this space, Negroes always talking about, oh, the Cosby Show. I wish I had a Cleo Huxtable, right? They wish they had a Miss Huxtable in their house, and they romanticize that time period, right? Well, they don't realize it was Dr. Alvin Toussaint who got with Bill Cosby and said, if you're gonna make this type of a show, these are who the characters need to be. This is what kinds of people that they should be. This is what kinds of professions they should have. If you want to have an effect, on the psyche of black people in America, these are the types of characters that you need to build.
That's right.
So
And
I agree with you.
Highly effective
right.
too, by the way.
And it was very effective. Guess what happened? Enrollment in black colleges skyrocketed. I was
pretty
there.
much. Yeah, Bill Cosby. I mean, a lot of people don't know this. Bill Cosby almost single-handedly saved the HBCUs.
Most certainly with his money.
Yep. No, with that
And his
presence.
show.
With that presence.
So
Rows of black people.
it wasn't to refute what he was saying, but to bolster what he was saying.
Well, let me ask y'all a question, because Cidio did say this earlier. He said, well, by the Nielsen box, black people watch TV more than anyone else, right? Well, I don't, I've been in show business for 35 years, and I don't know one person older than Nielsen box, but I go true with that number, okay? Isn't it, could it be that black people like to be entertained versus all in a stiff conference, or somebody who's so, what I call my brother bookworm, that everything comes out of his mouth, you have to use an encyclopedia to pretty much try to figure out what the fuck they're saying? Isn't it, could it be a part of our culture?
It could be because Dr. Jordan Peterson has had a sold out lecture tour before the coronavirus hit, and he's gearing up to start again, starting here in the United States in January of next year. I'm hoping I can catch him this time. He'll make a stop through in Philly or nearby. I can be able to attend. It's all white, sold out. Every last one was sold out, and they're having erudite conversations. Why can't black people do that?
I understand that, Arsenio, but I think you missed my point. There's a difference in dry comedy and Richard Pryor comedy. There's a difference in dry comedy. What I'm just saying is, when people, if we believe that black people like to be entertained in even in learning situations, even if black people like to be entertained in learning situations,
black people do that?
Yeah,
it's harder to get a wild animal to sit in a chair.
Oh, shut up.
Okay, listen.
See, this is why you get all that pushback when you say stuff like that. You know what I mean? That's not like a mama joke or nothing like that. You're regurgitating things that's been said before you. That's why you get so much pushback.
I have a question for SKC. I have a question for you, SKC.
You got it.
One is a disagreement. I don't think that blacks are devolving. I think that there is massive stagnation. And the second question is, I'm familiar. I remember reading about Calhoun's work. about the mice and the rat utopias years ago, and I know it's a number of papers and studies. People even study, on the societal level with India, Russia, all these things. What factor does self-actualization you think plays in what you say is devolving in those, and I know you said that you did a small sample and the people you brought it to, and that's what's pushing you further in this work. What do you think self-actualization plays in what you're presenting?
Well, according to what was put forth in the Smithsonian concerning cultures, self-actualization is white supremacy to black people. So,
what do you mean? Explain that. What are you talking about?
Oh, it's acting white.
Yeah, there was a large, I would say, program that was put in the Smithsonian, and there's a large document of it, and it was talking about what things are culturally white and how that is holding black people, because it's inherently racist to hold people to such standards. Things like self-actualization, being on time to places, thinking in a rational way, trying to act responsibly. All those things were considered white supremacy and white racism.
That's acting white.
Well,
being on time is acting white.
And something I've seen into, you touched on it too. I see what I think we're not factoring in, and what you never hear in these discussions, which I think is great work. Old Abraham Maslow and his hierarchy of needs. I super chatted that earlier. See, what we do see, like, I don't know if you can bring up a pyramid, Bernard, or something, or if anybody's interested in seeing it, but what you see in well-to-do families across all racial, ethnic, sociological levels is once that family builds that basic foundation and those securities, the physiological need like food, water, proper sleep, and the safety needs are like security of your parents or whatever, of your home, and then you have belonging, like your children has love and chores and responsibilities. You can't ascend out of your basic needs until they are met in a healthy level.
So you're telling me that on a broad-based level of millions and millions of black folks, the reason why we can't have erudite discussions is because we are not having our basic needs on the basic level, and that explains why so many of us communicate in a series and forms of grunts and other incoherent vocal.
And another interesting point. This is going back to the Utopia experiment. Didn't they have their basic needs met?
Yes.
The Mouse Utopia, they had their basic needs met, and don't people somebody on welfare has their basic needs met?
And this is what I say. See,
yes,
see, what I'm saying is that when they're met healthily, like when you said earlier about a person where they're going to work, they're not really going out killing tigers to eat. Yes, we all have to have our needs met in a healthy manner before we can ascend up the triangles to self-actualization. Like,
let me ask you this. Big Mac.
Yes.
So, given the fact that Black Americans are the fattest people in America, Black women in particular, and given their role in the rearing of young children, how much more development do they need calorically? It seems to me they're getting a lot of caloric.
Well, okay. Again, and I'm not minimizing it to just food. What I'm saying in a healthy manner. So maybe it has to do with the diet and exercise. Maybe it has to do with a proper night's sleep. Maybe it has to do with in the security and safety needs of having two parents in the household and a proper lock on your door in a neighborhood where bullets ain't flying through your fucking window. So I'm not saying because the bare minimums are met that you ascend to the next level. What I'm saying in a healthy manner. And we all know when you look at us, when we put our kids in a proper neighborhood or proper house, or we give them proper education, which auxiliary education aside from what the shitty public schools give, they are able to ascend up. Like it becomes esteem. We give them esteemable things. They have they're in an esteemable environment.
Big Mac, the Fisher. I didn't want to go into it because I'm gonna do a stream on this, but because you bring it up, I'll tease around it a little bit. I got this from a brother named Ak Nation on YouTube, and there were these 3 high schools in this particular city. They needed to consolidate. 2 of the schools were STEM high schools. The other one was an inner city high school. They consolidated the high schools together to form 2. And in less than 6 weeks, they needed to hire 15 armed guards. And fighting and violence has broke out into levels unseen in the history of either school.
Okay.
There's no elevating up.
Well, yes, there is.
Are you suggesting that the devolution has quickened pace?
Right now, both of those. Right now, you have parents from those schools that are pulling their children out of those schools, going into homeschooling or breaking their necks to try to pay for private school, anything to get away, because they state that the children are under a constant threat of violence.
Wait, let me ask you.
All by combining.
Hold on, real quick.
You can bring up the pyramid. I'll explain myself.
Hold on. No, we'll get to that in a second. SKC, how were the schools doing when they were separate? What was going on?
Okay, so
and let me just go ahead and get the race thing out of the way. Was one of these groups black and one of them white?
Yes, you know.
Okay,
you know
just
this.
want to make sure. Just making sure.
And I know which is which.
Yeah, and the one that was a STEM school was ranked very high in the country. I forget what number, but it was in the high 20s in STEM.
Okay, so it was a predominantly white STEM school that was ranked high in the country, and due to some type of logistics, they had to merge some school from some black neighborhood.
Yeah, due to the coof.
What is the coof?
You know, the woo flu. I'm trying not to get your channel flagged.
Gotcha. So because of that, they had to integrate that, and then all of a sudden,
all hell broke loose.
Okay.
Were there spears involved?
I mean, to me, to me, from a technical standpoint,
what's your larger point though with that?
The look on your face.
SKC, is your general point that these children going to, per Big Mac's theory, these children going to a better school should have made them have a moment, and then they just start acting
correct, because one of the major arguments that's always pushed is that, oh, these schools are not good enough, and that, you know, you see all this money going into other places and we need more resources and stuff. Well, your kid got placed in one of the best schools in the nation. What happened?
So they were supposed to instantly get in that better environment and then just be super just.
Well, that's what the argument is being placed. Our kids, there's nothing wrong with them. They're smart.
Let me say it.
What did you say?
The argument is that's put out that has been put out for decades. Our kids are smart. They just need the right environment in order to thrive. Well, that was done.
You know. Okay, so me being an educator, can I say this real quick?
Big Mac, do you want to respond to what SKC was saying?
Let me say this is my position, that it starts at home first. So the development of that, you as a parent or whatever the environment is, the individual contributes to the society. The development of that infant at home has to be on a trajectory. And then I say that no matter what the trajectory is, that they will flourish. You have to have the basic needs met in a healthy manner. And people with resources are able to give their children their basic needs met in a healthy manner. And then you ascend up that pyramid in a hierarchy of needs.
Now,
if you take Ray and put him in a school that's great, that don't mean nothing if Ray ain't got the basics of his life together.
Right.
John
No,
Ogbu proved this wrong. John Ogbu proved that wrong.
I absolutely agree with you, Big Mac. And that was the argument that I was placing before the group that I was speaking with concerning these things. That you need education, but it has to be fortified in the home, primarily by a two-parent family.
Yep.
Ian Rowe up in New York, who helped to open up those charter schools, proved this in I don't know how many different ways. He's spoken to Glenn Laurie and McWhorter about it. There's been other educators that have stated the same thing and have shown the results. However, when I put this before this group and before many other Black women in this sector and their water carriers, they will always state, no.
This isn't African. That's not who we are.
Yeah, that's exactly what they'll say. They'll say, no, the single parent family is fine. It's the government and the resources that we need. That's what they will say over and over and over again.
Well, there's the problem right there, SKC, because you look at the group who you're asking. I mean,
but this is the group that's having the kids.
Yeah, exactly. And this is
the group that's
have you ever did a study on Marcus Garvey's school?
Hold on.
SKC, have you ever did a study on Marcus Garvey's school in California?
Okay, here's my thing on that, OG.
I just asked you a question. Have
Marcus
you ever
Garvey,
did a study?
Marcus Garvey, his whole thing was to take.
I say Marcus Garvey's school in California.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm saying this. Marcus Garvey's whole thing was to get Black people to go to Africa. So I'm wondering, why is it that in 2021 is there a Marcus Garvey Academy in America instead of Africa? Shouldn't it be following the guidelines of what the guy was actually trying to?
I asked you, have you ever did a study on the education IQ of the students at Marcus Garvey School in California? That's my question. Not to push the goalpost. I asked you a question.
I don't understand what this has to do.
We don't have 30 minutes for this.
Marcus Garvey School is a Black school that has kids there with single parents, two household parents, and a lot of the students took some trouble.
Important question. Was there an admittance test to get into that school?
No, a lot of the students, Bernard, were troublesome students that was in public school.
Okay, and that's what it always comes down to.
Learning disabilities. Learning disabilities.
Somebody else taking care of somebody else's bad
7 years they were doing calculus.
Exactly.
That's what it always comes down to. Somebody trying to take care of somebody else's children and putting their problem on society.
Wait a minute. Okay, so if OG is saying that the Marcus Garvey School is Black students who came from those same type of environments, had the same type of problems, they put them in there, and over time they were doing great.
See, they outdid some of their white schools.
Okay, great. So if that's the case, then is yes, whatever the hell they did, however the hell they did it, that needs to be reproduced, replicated, and drive it home, stick to it. I mean, like I'm with that.
How about this, J Speed? How about the Black women who can qualify for the what's that? The $10 billion fund that they got from whatever place that is, Goldman and Sachs. How about you get with them to build all the all of the
SKC, I ain't gonna get down in your dirty dancing. I'm just telling you about a school that's already been there.
I mean, because they're the ones having the children.
I'm not gonna get down in your dirty dancing, man. I'm just trying to tell you
to build better schools for their kids.
Now you're dirty.
It has been success in the Black community, and y'all, anybody can look this up, Marcus Garvey School in California, and see the success they had. So, I mean, you want to talk about dirty dancing and all that other
because that success is better than just having a intact family unit.
No, I preach on the family. I mean that's to me. I preach on the family. So then why? But we don't eliminate. The children are already here now.
So then, why do we want to create a catch-all for people who
Because
are making bad
I'd rather
decisions.
have a school than have a prison.
OG, you interrupting. I don't.
Okay.
But I think it's I think
Why do we want to create a whole bunch of
Is that
catch-alls
Ling Ling?
so that people will continue to make bad decisions?
It's not that we want to have a catch-all.
Oh, you don't have to have a family. The
No,
Marcus Garvey
listen.
Academy
You
will
ask me
fix
a
your
question.
kid.
You asked me a question. I'm just saying there's always a secondary of any approach when you want. I mean, that's why you have a master and a slave and a damn computer. You always gonna have some people who fall through the cracks, man.
Yes, but they're not supposed to be at 70 and 80 percentiles.
No, I understand that, but just acting as if
and creating a system for 70 and 80 plus percentiles is absurd.
Look,
OG,
I seen black men do more with private money in these types of schools than the public schools do overall.
I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Do you know specifically, because there's plenty of private schools or privately owned black schools where the kids don't go there and just completely blow it out of the water, like what you're saying they did at the Marcus Garvey school. So do you know specifically what they did different?
Well, if I tell you what they did specifically, I'm gonna get all hell thrown back at me. I'm telling you, they came from that same thing that he put in there, and everybody laughed at. They came from a more of an African perspective, and what it did was take like troublesome children out of the neighborhood who seen nothing but drug selling, fighting, all kinds of bullshit.
And they taught them how to Watusi.
Wait, hold on. Wait. I want to see him get to the point to where, okay, they had an African mindset, and you said they took them out of certain type of environment. Okay, now and
their approach was to really reverse all the things that as far as going towards education is not the white man. You know what I mean? Speaking is not the white man. Mathematics is not the white man. So to break all the cycles that they had been going through for generations and generations, to lead them up to be these students that the public school didn't even want anymore and say they couldn't learn. And that's how they build the foundation.
So
I know it's making your head hurt.
They didn't teach.
It's a lot of the things that y'all laugh about here.
I understand what you're saying, but not SKC.
You don't think we should laugh at that?
OG, it sounds like you just said is that they washed away all the oppression mindset.
The mindset. Not only did they
They dipped them in holy water and rinsed off all the racism and got them in there in a fresh mindset, and they learned better.
No, what I'm trying to say is, Bernard, that when they brought these students in, the first thing
I'm saying is I don't know how that makes you do better on a math test.
Well, you think it? Wait a minute. Any sport player tell you confidence has a lot to do with his shot. So I'm just saying that a lot of these students didn't have confidence because they had an environment they lived in, and that was their reality. And to show them different reality based on, anything could be truth and lie. You can mix them together and it sounds real good. So what I'm trying to say is maybe they had that side of the pro-black or the pro-Pan-African and made them hate the white man and all that. So it rejected them from wanting to talk right. It rejected them from wanting to do mathematics. But when these Marcus Garvey School was able to take them and show them that brothers Lemurs and stuff who went to Spain and ran that country for 700 years and deal with mathematics and deal with it. So they got things to associate with them that was not the approach of everything had to be coming from the white man. You don't have to believe that you have to be dumb because you think it is coming from the white man. That was the approach, to reprogram them with the information they had already had, but doing it in a more positive way, instead of complaining about it and belly aching about it all the time. This is who you are.
If something worked, then I'm not going to argue. I am going to research it. But if something worked, hold on. I'm gonna get
this is what I'm talking about.
I understand. Because he basically said that what they did different to help the kids score higher on a standardized test is just basically just gave them you are strong, you are mighty. If you will believe it, you can achieve it. And sang the second verse of I Believe I Can Fly, and they clicked their heels together and said there's no place like Wakanda, and they scored better on the math and science section of the
we have to waste an inordinate amount of time to investigate something that everybody else in the 21st century already understands. This is what I'm talking about.
The tenets of these charter schools and these well-to-do schools. My niece, what's the brother who was in Brooklyn there? My niece went to a Twills Academy right there in Bed-Stuy on Myrtle and Troop. There was a charter school inside her school. The tenets of that school were to give these kids proper meals. It was just in the middle of Brooklyn, Myrtle and Troop, in the middle of Brooklyn, to give them belongingness, have forged relationships with the staff and the other students, having projects that were esteemable. You see where I'm going? It's the same thing. So they had an education program that was building them up from where they were. There was no snap of a finger, the white man is bad. This is Spanish and Black kids going to a charter school. And my niece, in the first year, the first graduating class, my niece made it to Smith University on a full ride, and she is from the projects. So it comes from a destructive. It's about putting its tenets is what you do, and this is the thing that we're missing, and we don't want.
Your niece would have made it to Smith College, regard. No offense to you, sir, but your niece.
Whoa, time out. Not in that public school, sir. Not in that public school, brother.
Sir, your niece probably was already intelligent.
I want to hear you lay out the argument as to why she would have made it there anyway, because I think I know where you're going, but I want to lead the witness, so just hold your thought on that when I'm going right to you after these super chats.
Okay.
E. Taylor 704 in the building. He said that's real BS. I lived through this with my own kids in Seattle. I was all for my boys going to the African American Academy, and I was wrong. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Shaka Nulu in the building. She says shout out to Malcolm Matix. Shout out to Shaka Nulu for the super chat. Also, these fossilized the last Akaji, I think that is, says these fossilized boomers would rather have programs that fix the family dysfunction. You can't make this up. All right, thank y'all for the
been said and done.
I do appreciate that. All right, go ahead, Kevin. Kevin in sales. Why do you think?
Because of this,
made it there anyway.
Ben Carson, a neurosurgeon, grew up in the projects, went to public schools, etc. He is an outlier. The gentleman's niece, and to be respectful, is probably an outlier. That means under any circumstances, under any cultural conditions, she could have been born in Bosnia. She would have still excelled. We have these outliers within our culture, just like in other cultures. You have children that are born in abject poverty in Cambodia, and I bet you one of them at least goes to a good school in the U.S. eventually. The thing of the matter is that those charter schools, especially I taught at a Afrocentric charter school, the education is inferior. The food is inferior, and I doubt that this man has even been into a classroom and witnessed it. No offense to the gentleman talking, but sitting around teaching about ancient mythology and African history that didn't happen, beating on drums in the morning to raise the children's spirits, all that's nonsense. A lot of these kids will never make it. Because a lot of them, it's just honestly, I used to teach. I'm telling you.
Hold on.
Let me say, because listen, everybody talk. I don't know where Obsidian comes from. I think he's a prophet from the universe. He's speaking the word of the Lord. a lot of these kids just don't. A lot of the people in our race just don't have it. I think that we kind of are living. I think that our culture, if the white man were to leave, we would go back to prehistoric times. I think that our culture really is stuck in, like, I don't know, maybe like the 10th, or not the 10th century, but maybe 2 or 3 millennia ago.
All right.
No, just hear me out for a minute.
Just don't never run for president, brother.
I beg your pardon?
Don't run for president with that
Don't
kind of
run for president.
thought.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, with that kind of thought about
I would
our
never
future.
run for president. I'm not qualified to be president.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Who is that? Is that did that happen at your house? I hear a girl talking. Is that?
Yeah. Hold on for a second.
You gotta
He's looking down. I wonder why he's looking down. Well, we'll do that over here on this channel, brother.
Okay. I rebut. I have something to say about that, Bernard, because again, that's his teaching experience, in which I understand. But what I'm telling you is that I believe that my niece, being in my sister's house in the projects, would not have gone to Smith. I also believe that if you have a person put in an environment where they can do these things, that you'll get the cream of the crop. Now, I'm a firm believer in, hey, listen, I have to tell you, you got to cut the ropes and send them afloat, because the dead weight is holding us back. I'm a firm believer in that. But I know that knowing her, knowing my niece from birth, I don't think she would have gone to Smith. I know this is a small thing. She would have probably excelled or exceeded in some other things. But that program, with those tenets that were in place, which model the proper functioning, the healthy structure of a family, is what helped her get to Smith on a full ride.
All right, yeah. So here's the thing: if you get a full ride to a major university, that means you knocked it out of the park on the SAT and all those tests. And
you're smart.
Yeah, and see, this is something that we don't talk about this that much, but there's an aspect of intelligence. Like, okay, geniuses aren't created, they're born. I think we understand that. When it comes to really intelligent people who are not geniuses, but they are really intelligent, they are born too. Now, you can ruin them, because like, put it like this: there are some people who did a lot of stupid stuff, but they were really intelligent. I'll give an example like this. It was a guy I went to school with. He was and I've talked about him before on this channel, because he was a perfect case study where he was lazy as hell, had really bad habits. He was smart as hell. He was on the football team. He was a big ass defensive. He played on the line, and he's pretty dominant at that too. And he was super intelligent, but he just slept the whole class, didn't pay attention, would wake up in the last 5 minutes of the class, look up at the board and be like, wait a minute. No, this is a new assignment that we struggling to try to figure out. He'll just look up at the board and be like, okay, I know how to do this. And then we'll just finish his assignment real fast in 5 minutes and hand it in and be done. Perfect score. That like he was that man, he was just smart. He just had it. So there is an element of, that type of intelligence that I don't think you can teach that. So everybody has a cap. There are some people, they could study 2-3 hours a day, they'll never be as good as him. So people do have a cap. What I think what happens with Black people is that whatever the max potential is for said individual who happens to be Black, that individual's potential is not being maxed out. So that's why I agree with Kevin and Sales when he said, if your niece or whoever I forgot who you was talking about, Big Mac, but if she aced the math section of the SAT or did whatever she did, or just aced it and got perfect score and got a full ride somewhere, she probably was just really, really smart and would have ended up there anyway. I do personally believe that. However, like I said, there are things that we can do as a people. The family structure is all messed up. We know that IQs are lower for people who grow up without in a proper family structure. We know it can reduce the IQ by 5 points or so if your kid is getting spanked all day and not being talked to. That's when just getting hit upside the head and spanked all the time while their brain is developing. It's just so there's a lot of things that we do to hinder ourselves. But I don't think the singing, singing the believe it, you can achieve it, and changing the mindset and encourage and just give them confidence, and it's going to make them do math better. I mean, but if you say that's all they did at the Marcus Garvey School, great, I'll research it. But anyway, that's where I'm at with that. Big Mac the Fisher in the building says, let me ask someone education-based question. Let me ask some education-based questions about the Marcus Garvey School. What are the SAT scores? That's what I'm getting at. STEM and AP programs, post-secondary placement. That's all that matters. And that's why when I just cringe when OG said, oh, they just had them come in there and play and beat on some African drums.
See, why you had to belittle
I'm joking.
everything,
That part was a joke. That part was a joke.
Belittle everything, man.
That last part was
about a man who has.
Hold on, wait a minute. OG. That last part was a joke. I do want to circle it back to a serious. He asked a very serious question there. Do you have an answer to his question? Go ahead.
I will go, and since I'm right here in California, I will go and get all them answers, and I'll email them to you, Bernard. And so, I mean, I don't have the, I just know the success of the school. But I do have a question for you, Bernard. Why is it we as human beings think everybody learned the same way?
Oh, I know for a fact we don't. I mean, well, hold on, time out. There are some people who think that everybody learns the same way and everybody is equally intelligent. And if there's any difference from one group's outcomes versus another group's outcomes, that's why people lean back on, if there's a difference in those outcomes, it must be through some type of racial bias, discrimination, or it's racism that explains every difference in outcomes. A lot of people do take that route with it.
Well, I live in a community in Gardenia, California, and it's a heavy Asian community. Matter of fact, at one time it was the biggest Asian community in America. So I see nurseries in school, 1 through K, I think 8. I see the people out there speaking. I mean, doing things in their culture. They get out and do exercise. I see them do all kinds of things that you, as you say, the last part of yours was a joke, and I'm trying to figure out why is that laughed on if we as a people or a certain segment of our people have that approach. Why is that always looked down on when other cultures do it from very beginning, from all the way from nursery to K7? They give their children.
Other cultures do what?
They give their children cultural background, history, and everything else.
Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just not convinced that helps you pass a math test.
Well, if you agree that confidence do, if it builds confidence, why wouldn't it?
I'm not even 100% sure that confidence moves the needle that much on a math test.
If a child has no confidence that he can't, it's like let's just take girls for a long time and told, well, you can't do math, you can't do that, and then if you keep telling somebody something long enough, they'll stop believing in something they are capable of doing. Or boys in the same place.
But now they're trying to beat girls over the head with math and girls.
I understand, but I'm just saying, if you tell people something,
girls
long,
doing this and girls doing that, and it's girl.
What I'm trying to say, Bernard, is
they doing all of that right now, and guess what? They still don't want to go into engineering at a high rate. They still don't want to do it.
I think Les Brown said this better than a lot of us probably would understand. He said at one time, a man couldn't run under the 10-second mark, and it was, this was preconceived. When you got on that track, you wasn't gonna run under 10. But when that first person broke that record, it gave everybody else who come behind him confidence that record could be broke. And what I'm trying to say is, we don't quite understand how the human mind, everything about the human mind and the human brain. Most science is based on theory, and that's it. What I'm trying to say is, there's not one way to do anything in life. And we keep acting like there's one way to do things all the time, especially in these type of conversations.
All right. I don't think that's what people do. But all right. The Max Trucker in the building says, Bernard, would you agree we need to just send the kids to Q Butter schools? Shout out to Q Butter. I actually donated some money to his school before. I mean, hey, you're a black man. You build a school. I support you.
You're a brave man.
I didn't. Well, I ain't sending my kids over there. No, I mean,
you're not quite that brave. You're not going to put your kids on the pile.
I saw somebody post the donate link. I sent a few dollars. That's it. I sent some money to what George Macon is doing with the I don't even know what he's doing. O'Shea posted it. I sent a couple dollars.
You're not sending your kids to the Q Butter school of Pookies and Ray Rays.
I'm not going there. All I know is a black man succeeded in building a school, and you could find videos online of him actually in a classroom teaching black children in the school that he built.
How to properly wear a fitted.
That's a beautiful. He ain't in there teaching them kids how to properly wear a fitted cap cocked to the side under your dread.
That's how he does it.
No. Hey, y'all cut it out in the chat. But he got teaching with a question mark. Y'all cut it out.
No, he's teaching my Thor spirit.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, OG,
Let us see.
Don't entertain them, OG. Don't entertain them. But anyway, I will support black men doing something. That if you're doing something, I can send a few dollars to you. That's it.
When they go to PE, it's knockout game practice.
Okay.
No, it's mama jokes for PE.
Knockout game
practice. Y'all wrong, man. Y'all wrong.
No, I'm just on the line.
All right. SK, hold on, wait. SK's even trying to get this up on the screen for a while. Shout out to the Mac the Truck. Appreciate the super chat. He said Bernard bought him a pack of switchers. Said y'all ain't shit. Oh man, y'all.
Larry, he looks good. All right, and my man Ian Rowe from out of American Enterprise Institute. Yeah,
biggest defining factor of what defines the achievement gap. I'm working closely now with the folks at NAEP and the U.S. Department of Education to hopefully start measuring outcomes by family structure. Because when you look at data structured by who's in a married two-parent household versus being raised by grandma or a single-parent home, you see dramatic differences that transcend race. And so maybe the interventions that we've all been so focused on because of the racial achievement gap, maybe they're the wrong interventions. So for example, in New York, because of the racial achievement gap, it must be that if the kids are okay, it must be the racist teachers, right? Either they're explicitly racist or implicitly racist. So now the chancellor here has embarked upon a $30 or $40 million effort that we got to train all the teachers to get rid of all the implicit bias. But maybe that's not
push pause. You got to back it up some, because I know I cut him off. But what he just said that they were doing wrong was exactly what OG said that they did at the Marcus Garvey School. I just want to point that out, that training the teachers to get rid of the implicit bias in everything. Okay, but anyway, all right, go ahead.
Of Education to hopefully start measuring outcomes by family structure. Because when you look at data structured by who's in a married two-parent household versus being raised by grandma or a single-parent home, you see dramatic differences that transcend race. And so maybe the interventions that we've all been so focused on because of the racial achievement gap, maybe they're the wrong interventions. So for example, in New York, because of the racial achievement gap, it must be that if the kids are okay, it must be the racist teachers, right? Either they're explicitly racist or implicitly racist. So now the chancellor here has embarked upon a $30 or $40 million effort that we got to train all the teachers to get rid of all the implicit bias. But maybe that's not actually the factor that's driving whether or not
I see.
succeed.
That's very interesting.
So my view on this is that the focus on the achievement gap is typically through the prism of race, which in my view sets us up for a false dichotomy where even closing the gap would be a race towards mediocrity.
All right, SKC, you played that. What's your response to that? What do you got?
Yeah, because some people were stating that, like I think it was, I forgot who it was, that I wasn't really putting out sources and stuff about what I was saying. Well, this is one source. I've read a lot of stuff from Ian Rowe and also some of his contemporaries. Seen the data that comes from the charter schools that he is talking about, and in another interview that he did at the Manhattan Institute, again, it was himself, Glenn Lowry, and also Coleman Hughes. They were talking about how this information needs to be taught to the students. That, hey, if you're going to do something like not to the level that OG was talking about so far as having these specialized schools that's going to teach African culture and all this. He was saying, no, if you're going to have students that come from a single parent home and you're going to push all of this extra things onto them to help them to catch up, you also need to alert them to the very realness of their situation, that their home setup is a great impedance to their educational growth, and they need to not mimic a lot of the attitudes and cultural mores that their parents did.
Well, what I got to say to that.
But they
this
said
isn't African. That's not who we are.
But they said teaching that stuff would be racist.
They said teaching that would be yeah.
They said going and telling the students, hey, not so far as, no, this is a black problem or anything. No. They said he was like, the program that he wanted to set up was, hey, let's just look at it as a mathematical equation. Let's look at the numbers of students that come from single parent homes versus those who come from two parent homes. Look at their outcomes of the students that have come before you, and you learn from that. And they said putting that data before the students would be racist.
I don't know why telling the students that would necessarily help, but telling the damn society or black people as a whole that would be more beneficial. But the actual student, I mean, we're talking about a fourth grader being explained that, yeah, you coming from a single mother home puts you at a disadvantage, and that's how you got to, make sure you overcorrect for your unfortunate surrounding. I don't know how that helps.
Bernard,
hold on real quick, SKC.
Okay.
Do you? I understand that. I'm not saying that it's not accurate, but I don't know how that helps the kid, telling the kid that.
Well, the way that he developed it was stating that you would trickle that information into the curriculum over many years. So you're not going to a fourth grade student saying your parents are jacked up, don't do what they did. No, but through the curriculum, you're adding in different points about very real things that they have to deal with from day to day. Phone bill stuff, clothing, all of that stuff. You integrate lessons that have to do with parenting, upbringing, those things, so that they can understand how to use math in real world ways, and they learn what not to do. And a lot of occasions, they're going to see that their parent or parents are not doing those things, and what not to do. So they are having a comparison, a contrast and a comparison of good outcomes versus bad.
See, this
and that goes all the way up to 12th grade.
See, this is the part I like about SKC. See, this is the part, because me and him on the same page when it comes to family, about two-parent households. And this is what I do like about this brother. Bernard, I'm gonna get that information for you because I was just doing the research while you was doing what you was doing. But I thought about something as I was doing the research. In school we have history, all right. There had to be an important part, importance of something that they were included in school in the first place.
Nobody's anti-history.
Okay, so I believe, as I was taught when I was sitting down in school, and you probably don't believe that they even had schools when I was born, but when I was in school, and you shaking your head on that one. You had to think about that. That went straight across your damn haircut, didn't it? But anyway, oh bullshit. You got to understand, when we was coming up in school at our time, at the same time that we was learning how, as students, how to be inferior, while the other school students who didn't have our melanin, which I don't like to talk about, and they was learning how to be superior. Because this is the time when we was been taught Christopher Columbus, discovered America and all this shit, and we had Black Sambo and books and all that bullshit. So what I'm trying to say, Bernard, is we all came a long way, man, but I still believe that certain things like single household versus two-parent homes, children gonna learn different coming from that type of environment. And just to try to just throw them out and throw them away and act as if they don't exist, that's gonna be problematic for your grandkids and everybody else. So, what do we do? I mean, we got to do something. We can't build enough prison to put them in there. We got to do something. We got to figure out something with this problem. That's what I'm saying.
All right. I'm about burnt out. We'll do some I ain't got the energy to go around everybody for last words. I'll Obsidian was the lead. I'm sorry. SKC was the lead off. I'll let SK. Well, no, I'll go Obsidian, then SKC. We gotta get the hell out of here. I'm sorry. I got to go.
You've been very prejudiced today, Bernard.
Yeah, but yeah. Well, we was talking about racism. I might, be a little prejudiced.
I got you.
You just gave some words, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay, those are your last words. You just ain't know they.
You should have told me before you put Peebo up here. You should have told me. I would have said something about him. You had to put him up there first.
Okay. Nobody trusts your education, JSP, for obvious reasons. Thank you, Pablo. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Pablo, with them old skin tight shorts you got on. God damn it! Get you another picture. I got a good photographer.
All right, old man. What you got? What's your final word? Whoa, Pablo, you accidentally sent that twice, I think. I guess. Thank you. Thank you twice.
That was it.
Yeah, that will be my parting shot. Thank you.
All right, SKC, man. I do want to thank you. Freeman's Journal, shout out to you. You didn't get this.
But I do want to talk to you about some technical things related to StreamYard, if you don't mind, Bernard. Once we go off the air.
Okay, yeah, I got a little time for it. Well, we can do that. We can do that. All right, SKC, go ahead.
I'll just thank you for having me on, man. That's all. I'll check y'all later. I got to get to work to handle that other stuff in the background for your upcoming stuff. So, all right.
All right, cool, awesome.
Thanks.
I don't know how to refund this. I don't know how to refund the super chat. I'll super chat on Pop. I'll try to super chat or cash out Pablo, but you can't exactly send back a super chat. But I think he sent it by accident. But either way, all right, we up out of here, y'all. Peace. Thank you, everybody in the building. Listen, the great show, everybody. I can't even. I'm tired.
5 hours.
5 hours. 5 hours is too long. But all right, I'm out of here, y'all. Peace.